Welcome to my Hungerstrike stream in service to you because we are in this mega crisis together. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, your life is in danger, just like mine, in that we have 6 existential threats taking over the world. First one is cultural decline in freedom, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And at the heart of that is the fragmented consciousness that's generating all these fragmented parts of society. And the other part of the mega crisis has to do with the more material side, which is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. And each one of those is risking our lives in a different way. But the solution to all of them is this universal logic. And I would very much like you to engage with it because it's messianic knowledge. It's true science. If you're an atheist, it unites all these contradictions in a way that harmonizes that fragmentation back into coherence. And then we can treat our planet with respect. You can go vegan if you're in control of your mind. You can align AI with God's being and your own mind with God's being, which is an intimacy that generates real friendship, real connection, real freedom, real meaning. Even if our lives aren't pleasant, there is a wonderful sense of challenge that makes life meaningful as we're there for each other, and what we're calling the vow of unabandonment. Okay, so that's my little preamble, and you can do some blessings for my holy meals, which I can eat every once in a while, every 10 days or so I can eat. And yeah, you can either do that or donate to the GoFundMe, where the GoFundMe is, should be in the chat link. And then we can hire other people who are in exploded countries to work on this and do the blessings, and learn these new trainings on how to bless again, or how to be scientific in the true sense of wisdom. Okay. With that said, welcome. I'll put the links in the chats. Supposed to be eating here. Cooking very quickly. Okay. I'm eating a little bit too long, but that's okay. Oh no, all right. All right. All right. Let's try and make this other video. We're so close. I'm tired. I should be sleeping. Voila, Usman. Okay, so I checked the timers here. Were you able to get them up and running? I checked port 884 and 885, and yes, they're still rendering the same timers as before. So I'm wondering if you're having a hard time deploying it. I just need to know how you're, like, where's the file that loads the HTML? It looks like it's still serving the old HTML. And yeah, I really thought maybe putting the video in an iframe with the timers is really what we want to have. We don't really want to have it so that you're starting up two different pages. That's the sort of whole, duplicating the meetings is cool. It's just I really wanted to have the videos on the same page so we don't have to scroll back and forth. Do you know what I'm saying? So you had it working sort of before in a certain way, but I'm not sure if that was feasible or what happened with that. But yeah, I just was trying to deploy it, and I was wondering how you got it working on your system on localhost. Normally, when you just switch it from localhost IP to the server IP and the port, it should work. So yeah, let me know if you're able to get up and running. I'd love to test it for tonight's meeting. And yeah, we're starting to do zero to hero training, so I wanted to sort of do the videos um, with this new software. Okay, peace. I'm gonna make this one video and then I feel like I can actually do the cooking. I feel like I'm just gonna do this. Might have to eat something beforehand here just to tide me over. I have to use my rice today. I'm not very stoked about the rice is not good. Okay, Usman, you can see here at the top we have the 8084 live. If I refresh it, you can see it's refreshing. It's just showing the normal login page here. And I have your instance specifically running on port 885, and it's still showing a blank version, but not the real version. So if we log in to the server, you can press ls. You can see that there's the time management server right here, the old one, and then here's the one that I have of yours, Usman's version, and they're both running. So it should be serving your server file, but it's not doing that when I run PM2. So this is the issue that we're having at the moment. And yes, it'd be great if we could get that up and running, but this is the live server, and you can see that both instances on both ports are just showing the old code. It's not showing the login HTML page for some reason. So in the static file server, it's serving the old server.html file. No, okay. The computer's freezing. What is happening? Okay. Looks like it crashed. What is happening? Hmm. Okay, let's make this. Perfect. Okay, let's do this. We don't want any distortions, so let's make it. I have a filter on this already. Yep. Okay, let's try it. All right. Welcome to the Zero to Hero training, where we're going to learn the bit-by-bit method of starting an ever-living meeting. So we're going to start off with the meeting here, and log in. Or if you're very early in the meeting and you showed up 20 minutes earlier, so you don't have to quite log in. But it helps because you can play jazz music for others while you're setting up. So we're just going to click Add New Meeting in the Ideal Tech to-do sheet. You can see it's running our custom script, and it's going to assign a unique identifier for the meeting you're going to be leading. And these are world-class facilitation skills, so we want to keep them orderly so that you can have what are called perfect meetings. Well-rounded, highest level of facilitation that's possible right now. And so we're going to be in ELM, Ever Living Meeting, number 134. And you're going to put your name in to the participants list. And because you're going to be doing an accreditation, Zero to Hero, you're going to put your name in for all these roles. Okay? And you're going to be going for hour 1, as you can see, and there's multiple hours too. If you go past the hour, you can go 10 hours if you want. But we want to try and do this within the hour. Okay, so we're going to go through each one of these checklists. And as you get to know them, they should be easier and easier to do. If you do have other people waiting in the other room, then you can try and do the relationship builder off the bat here. Play the jazz music the first few minutes. So if you click here, it'll play a sort of environmental or green scenery video, but we want to play the jazz music first, and we want to pick different areas of the world to play the jazz. So let's try Japan, jazz cafe music. You want to kind of keep it light, not heavy on the saxophone and not copyrighted. And usually there's these free ones that have non-copyrighted material. And you want to turn it all the way down because it gets amplified in the meeting. So you want to go almost off so you can talk over it. And then you just go here with your camera on when you're starting the meetings, but when you're setting up the meetings, you can just keep it on like this. So if you share your screen, you want to share the tab version only because it's the only one that will share music or sound. You can see the Chrome tab appear. There's a window option and an entire screen. These two options won't play any sound, even though they're showing the screen. Only the Chrome tab does. You have to select it. So we'll share, and it'll pop up, as you can see. And now everybody in the meeting can sort of relax for the 15 minutes or so before the meetings that you're setting up. And to be extra nice and professional, you want to full screen it. And when you share your screen in the meetings, it won't take over your whole screen. It'll just take up where you're sharing. And now this is playing in the background while you're filling out the lists, what we call the Herculean checklist, because at first it looks quite Herculean. So we've completed this one, and you're just going to go through and check these off. When you're being accredited, this proof box is going to be checked off by the person who's supervising you, and they're going to give you some feedback on how you're doing and how you can get better on each one. There's a base level, there's a mid level, and there's a high level of performance. So we can try and start from the top here again and create the timers and get that all going. So you can see we have the links here conveniently for you in each list item. So you can just click on it and it'll tell you how to go through each of the options. So if you are on a Mac, you use the Mac Spotlight command. If you're on Windows, you can use the Windows key and find the command button, but you're going to pull up something called the terminal. And just make sure we're recording. Perfect, good. So you're going to log in to a terminal, and if you're on Linux, you can just press Control-Tab, and it's as simple as copying these 4 lines. You don't have to be a coder or anything like that. It's very simple, copy and paste, and then you type in the password, which may be the same as this one or maybe different. When you log in, you're logging into our remote server that we paid for, and then you're going to put in these very simple commands right in the line of the commands, and you can see we're in a special folder where our timers are, and you're just going to stop the timers and start them again. Okay, and that's it. That's all you have to do for the very first checklist item, and this wipes all the memory and cleans everything up. So you can start creating timers for everybody. And we can use this quick guide here in a minute to set up the actual timers. So we're going to go back to these links, and we're going to click on the actual timer link so you can see now that it's nice and fresh. There's no donation history, there's no timers, and you start with the 5-minute timer. But of course, when you're starting a new meeting for an hour, you put 60 minutes, and the golden rule is to start the timer as soon as you start it. And then you have the fudge timer for in case anything goes wrong in the meetings, like this. And sometimes you'll put what track you're on. Well, actually, no, we might fix that, but sometimes you might put your track and your name. And then we're going to put fudge timer. And these are running and staying in sync so that you don't have to program them. If you're 10 minutes ahead of time, then you're going to want to add 10 minutes to the timer so that when it crosses over into the 60 minutes, you'll be on perfect time. So this means you're on perfect time. Now we have to divide the amount of time remaining by the number of participants. So let's say we're like about 10 minutes early, then we really should only have about 15 minutes in total, 10 minutes of fudge time and 50 minutes for the participants to have what we call sacred time. So we're going to go back to our guide here on the top, and it should say if you have one person in the meeting, well, 50 divided by 1 is 50, so they have 50 minutes of time to themselves. If there's 2 people, you divide 50 in half, so that's 25. And if there's 3, 16, 30, and 4. And I would recommend memorizing up to 6 participants and you don't want the meeting to become much larger than that. So we're gonna say we have 3 participants in this meeting. You're gonna press this button 3 times, and you can see that I created 3 timers down here. And you want to put in the people's names. So let's say we're gonna put in Mary, Yasif, and let's say me. Okay, we're going to put in some default time. Well, actually, maybe we should. This is for the introduction timer. So we'll start that off. 2, because you really want the introduction script to take only a few minutes. You want to take a lot of time. People didn't come to hear you speak; they came to speak and have you moderate and speak on your sacred time. You don't want to use all the fudge time to be setting up and talking. You only want to use it for emergencies. So here we have the cycles, check-ins, and then cycle 2, which you know is the default itinerary, the core, graduation. I'll say Mary's the new person. She's the newest person to graduate. And then we have cycle 3. And graduation just means you're going to say the core script by memory within a minute and a half. And then we talk about wisdom teams. We get very practical what we're doing. And then we have something called Chizzy, the game of God, the word game you could say, or true science if you're an atheist. And then at the end, I think that should be good. At the end we have music or the song. And then you can put in the defaults here. Chizzy usually doesn't have a default. We can put 10 minutes in this timer. And for the graduation, you get a minute 30. And then most people get 30 seconds to say what they think the core is. And then 2 minutes for default time. And that's it. That's how you set up timers very quickly if you're still ahead of the meeting, early in the meeting. So you're going to let this count down on fudge time until the meeting starts. So we have about 6 minutes to try and get the rest of the checklist items done. We can close the how to reset button. And we're going just bit by bit. So that's done. We're on perfect time now. Now we're going to put the exec links in the chat. So if you click on this document, it's really just simple copy paste. It looks like a lot, but it's a lot of small things that make for a very good experience. And these points, we collected over 75,000 hours in hosting meetings and looking at corporate trainings and more human-centric trainings, what went right, what went wrong, and then put them into a very simple, concise list of 36 points across 4 flow rules, we call them. Okay, so we're just going through the executor flow rule, which keeps things flowing. And you want to pin, if you're using Google Meet, you're going to pin these so when people come in, they can see where the timers are if they want to access them and where the checklist is that we're doing right now, so they can watch you do it or learn themselves. So we're done that. Very simple checklist items. And then when it's close to voting time, or when we're going to start the meetings, we're going to give a 1 minute sort of warning. And we can even type that in. Well, we'll do that later when we get closer. So we'll just jump to the next one, which is the daily email. So this one, you'll have to be given the login credentials, and you can either, if the email has been sent out already, then you can go to x.com or one of our social media sites and tag One World Spirit. Or you can go into this one and do it. There's our email. We use Gmail, so you want to leave the timers open. And we can go to a new sign in. New World Spirit Wisdom at Gmail. And if your computer is slow, then you can close some tabs. My computer is doing 3 things at once. It's streaming the meeting, it's streaming a song, and we're recording, which is hard on my system because I'm doing it on an old laptop. But if my laptop can do it, all of our laptops can do it, I think. Okay, so we're going to go into Gmail. Mine's already logged in, which is great for me. Sending the email might take a couple of minutes when you're not used to it. But once you get used to it, it should be pretty quick. So you're going to see in the sent, If mine will open. You're just going to send it out to a few people that are on our list and just tell them the meeting's going to happen. That's what these emails are for. And oh, it's signed into the other email. You gotta watch out for your multiple accounts. This one should load. And once you get the email sent, then you can check off the box that you're done. And then other people should be able to come to the meeting. Okay, I might have to actually might have to stop sharing because it's a little bit too slow. Okay, my computer can handle it when we're not recording. And you won't be recording, so you should have an easier time. And if you're in the room alone, it'll send you messages that you want to stay in the meeting. So you want to say yes. Just to speed up the recording, we're going to stop sharing for a second. Okay. Just so I can go faster. So here's where you can check to see when was the last email sent out. December 6th. Okay, if there wasn't one sent out today, then you would just click it. I can't show you the emails because YouTube might stop us. But you want to click on it and highlight the contents. And you're just going to change a couple of things very quickly. You just paste it here. And you can edit the title line to the next meeting date. So our meeting, as we saw from the Herculean checklist, is 134 up here, right here. So you just put in 134, and it really is just simple copy and paste. And once you do it, it takes somewhere between 2 to 5 minutes. And if you're sending it in the evening, sometimes you do it in the mornings and the nights. And then you're going to try and check to see where the positive words are. You might have to include that link. Timers, but if you type in current email lists, it'll give you the information and it'll give you some positive words that you can put in the emails. I'm wondering if I can pull this up just quickly. Okay. Wonderful, and you can see here there's positive words. And you just want to pick the next one. If one of them was mellow, then you want to pick the next one. Here's mellow, so navigatable. That's an odd word. We'll use operative, precise. These are interesting words. So let's say you want to do the word that's next, but it's an odd word. So we're just going to say a positive word here, just to lift up people's days. Precise, individual. You are worth it. And then here we just give them a quick little update on world news. So you could say, what is the world news? You type in AI, and you go to news here. You'll see a toolbar that will say recent, and you want to say in the past week or past 24 hours. This is 6 days ago. Are we in bubble? Miami groundwork. Canada, since I'm in Canada, might be tailored to you. So try and choose something that's more universal. Oh wow, okay. People are bringing their AIs all over the place. Yes, here's investor priorities. Safety needs to be a top priority. They're massively investing in these. So we're just going to try and choose this one. And you're going to read over it quickly to see if it's got some good takeaways. And you're just going to paste it in here. So instead of World War III, we'll try AI. Give a little snapshot of the title. And then you're going to insert a link so people can click on it. And then we tell a daily joke here, just to get people, smiling. If you don't have a joke, you can go off this list that we have here. And you can see we've told quite a few, like 300 jokes over the last year. And you go to the bottom one and you say, okay, next joke is December 18th, 2025. Which side of the turkey has the most feathers? The outside. It's not the best joke in the world, but it's a joke. Okay, so we're going to go back to the email. We're going to set it on top, like so. Close this. Okay, so this is our 371st joke. And our meetings are professional, but we also want to keep them fun. Right, we don't want to get into that stifled setting because then it's hard for the public to engage, and we need to reach a global critical mass with the public. So we close this down, and we're just going to give a little hint just to tease people if they're reading over the email. Okay, then they can come early and relax, like if we were playing the music right now in the chat, they would be relaxing to it. The previous meeting goes here in terms of its number. Our current meeting, as you know, it's 134, and then the next meeting. And this is just to give people a sense of when the next meetings are going to happen. And then there's a recap of the prior meetings. They put a Google link there, but we actually need to put in the prior meetings. So these links will be in the training document as you're going through this, or in the description of the video. And you can see our prior meetings are here. So the last one was actually 130. Copy the links here. And then you're just going to change the link so that people can click and see what happened in the last meeting once our list grows. And because it's the evening, we're going to change this to around AM and evening. So every 12 hours we have a meeting, a general meeting, but you can have your accreditations at the time that works for you. Then you just basically press send, or if it's been 10 meetings, you can put another heart here and add it to the list. But other than that, you would just press send, and this email is done. If there has already been an email sent out, we don't want to send out 50 emails, right? So if you notice the emails have been sent out, then you're going to go to x.com or Instagram or Facebook, and you're going to make a post with our handle on it, and then you can just make it happen. Okay, so that's done. And that one's probably one of the more time-intensive ones, but once it's out of the way, before the meeting starts, you're good to go. Okay, so we have 1 minute to start the meeting here. So this is where you put in 1 minute to start, and you would transition the Japanese cafe to the green screen, because you want to play this relaxing scenery in the background that has green in it, forests, not just blank green screens, because this has been proven to reduce anxiety. We've been evolved to relax when we see green forests, and it works. It's called forest bathing in Japan. So you can see we're going to turn the volume off. We're just going to play the video. And you want to play this ahead of time because you don't want the advertisements to play in the meeting. But this one has very few advertisements, and then you would just share this in the background. Okay? So you click on it, and you would share it again, and then full screen it with the music off, and we're done. And then they can watch this in the background. If your computer is struggling or you're having data problems, you can just go to a green, beautiful part of the scene, and then you can just freeze it there, just so that it's beautiful for people to watch. Okay. All this stuff happens very quickly once you're practiced, but I'm going through it in detail so you understand why we're doing these things and why all these seemingly little details are very important and add up and are the science that we took many years to learn. Okay, and so we can check that off as well. And we should be starting the meeting now within 1 minute after. But just because I'm doing training, I'm just going to go through this first before we do that. So I don't want you to be late though. When it's 1 minute after, you're going to actually start the speech here. The middle part starts here. The pre-meeting starts here, and then the actual check-ins start with this bottom task, and then these columns come after, middle and end. So for fresh song choices, this is pretty easy. You just go to your favorite AI, and you just type in what is a top song from each of the last 7 generations. And this is always you want to keep it short, so you want to give it generation name, year. It's fun for people to watch, but you don't want to take a lot of time. Song title, and then artist. And this makes people feel like no matter how old or young they are, they belong. And music is a very powerful communicator. Roughly something like 1 to 10% of the population can't understand music. And so that's why we make sure it's comprehensive, and we have lots of different positive primers in the meeting. So you can see here, very beautiful, quick little list. And you're just going to copy this into the chat. And you can pin it too, so when they come in, they can see it. They can see, of course, the timers, and then they got this nice little welcome message. And that's it. That's how simple these little checklist items are. With floating emojis, if somebody comes in, you want to welcome them, a little bit of love. But there's usually no talking in when we're listening to the jazz music, because there should be music playing in the background right now. So you want to make sure you do quite a few of these floating emojis during the meeting. So don't be stingy, as you can see. And then we usually wait to the end to check that off. But if you're feeling like you're aware, you can try and get it out of the way early. You're going to create a new column in the Herculean checklist, which we've done by pressing this yellow button. So we already did that. And then the Google Meet folder. So we want to actually take notes on this meeting to prove to our investors and our gifters and the people that believe in our mission to create, heaven on earth, kingdom come, the ideal rational government where it's true infinite science and not this dead kind, a real spirited kind. So we're going to take those notes by starting a new folder. And see, my computer is really struggling to do the recordings and the streaming at the same time. But it shouldn't take you very long on your computers. And you can see it's important to leave the naming scheme in this manner so that it organizes very succinctly. It's very, very easy to see a linear order to it. So you can find your meeting very quickly. Okay, and we're doing, let's say, a 7 p.m. meeting, MST, and then you just put in each person's name if they logged in. And then, yes, you can just click on it. And then you can create a document to get ready to take notes. I think I have too many tabs open. Okay. I guess there's a bug in the Google code, and they're saying that's a product of using AI that's not quite perfect, or that the AI might be sadly potentially sabotaging us. But that's why we have hope in generating the solution and making sure that these AIs are aligned with goodness. Okay, so we're in. And we're going to create 2 documents technically. One for the summary, and then one for the chat notes that you're going to take at the end of the meeting and paste them in there. So all of this is happening before the meeting. And we're going to call this one summary 134. You're just going to say meeting on time. Okay. And then the second document you're going to create is for the chat notes when you're ready. We're just going to get ahead of the ball game here a little bit. If you click on the title, you'll see that it just naturally copies the first sentence you put in there, so you have to type it in twice. Okay, so next part is to say the meeting number. And then when you're done, you would just copy it in there. Okay. So you can keep those two open if you'd like, or you can close them. But we're not going to need to make another folder, so we can close that to save some memory. And we're basically done this part. And then we're going to share and run the universal ticket system. So I just want to show you what it looks like. If somebody asks a question, you want to either look it up very quickly to see if it's already been asked with the ticket numbers, or if it's a new question or you don't have time to look yet, then as the strategist flow rule, you would enter the person's name of who's asking the question here and what date they asked it. Oops. And what is the question? Oh, we have to go down further. I'm going to find the first free line. And then you would just put in the question, you know, how do I do 0 to hero training in a few hours? You would say, answer 1, this video. And if there's an idea that is spawned out of it, like if we're solving it, we say, we could say ideas improve video with better sound or something like that, depending on what the feedback is. Okay, and you can either share this to your share screen here, right? You can pull it up and you can show people as you're recording their questions, because one of the number one things people need to feel important and heard and seen and when it comes to the meetings is that they have to feel heard, listened to. And that means recording and getting their ideas in there and showing credit where credit is due. Okay. And if you can't get their answer on the first shot, there's actually 5 rounds you can go through, and you ask them from 0 to 10 if you answered their question in a way that's an 8 or above. If it's not an 8 out of 10 or above, then you have to go through another round. You ask them, can you please clarify what you're asking? Then you repeat the question, you echo it to them, you answer them, and you get another rating until you can get an 8 out of 10. Okay, so that checklist is a little bit more involved item, but we're ready and familiar. And of course, this one now we're going to do an icebreaker, and this should be in the chat also pinned before people walk in so they know what it is, but we're going to repost it again anyway. This checklist item has an insert column for the current date. And you can see I'm able to do this even with a lagging computer. So ideally you would have a laptop to do this because it's challenging to do it on a phone, at least quickly. You can do it, it's just challenging. And we're in 11.134. You can see the last meeting did that icebreaker, so we kind of want to keep it fresh and choose a new one. Go over here. And then we're just going to pin that as well. And they can be looking over these things as they're waiting for the meeting to start. And it's enjoyable. We got jazz music playing, and we have, you know, their favorite song for them to reminisce on. And then they have an icebreaker to start preparing their answers to if they'd like. And we're just recording because we don't want to be repetitive. We would have quite a few little icebreakers. And they're good things for you to learn too, just in social settings and in your own life. All right. And then we're getting now into being ready to start the meeting. So we're going to start the intro speech. And if you don't have the speech memorized, you should. When you're doing accreditation, it should be memorized. You shouldn't have to read it off. But if you have to in your first accreditations, then you can. You just start by saying, okay, we have 1 minute to go into the meeting. You can already see we're 2 or 3 minutes in. Sometimes you want to refresh your timers to make sure you're on perfect time. You can see they changed because when they're running in the background, sometimes there's a bug in our code that we're trying to fix right now. And if you know anybody that wants to help us fix them, we're definitely open. We burnt all the fudge time, and I should have switched over to my own time. If you burn all your fudge time setting up, you got to burn your own time. and then just make sure that you're on perfect time. I'm just doing a demonstration for you right now. But yes, we're getting ready to do the introduction. So you would say, all right, it's 1 minute to start. So this is the real start now. And then you would basically pull up that green screen in the background, but you also want to put up the timers so people can see how much sacred time that they have. Right? So we basically start the introduction now, and I would say, okay. Welcome everybody. Thank you for coming on time. As you know, we like to start and end on time every time because we respect your time. The self literally, metaphysically is time, and we are recording this meeting at this time. If you're streaming like I am, then it's recording to the stream, or if you're doing an audio recording for transparency for our investors to see how things are going. And then you would say, okay, you try to squeeze in a real quick joke here. And if it's canned, it's not as good. If you can thread it in, like, as if you're talking to the participants. So you might say to them, a time joke, right? Because we're talking about and opening up with this concept of time. It's important for people to feel respected. You would say, be very careful when you go to buy a clock, you guys. They often have ticks. But more seriously, we want to, that very smooth joke, right? It's almost like you're helping them, but it's like clocks don't actually, they have ticks, right? Tick tock, but we mean it in the double entendre or double meaning of, ticks like insects or parasites. You know what I mean? So anyway, bad joke, but you want to squeeze something in there, and some people will catch it, some won't. But this is the serious stuff next, is to say what the vision is, the mission of the meeting, at least for One World Spirit. And you can say your mission when we get to the core. But you would just read off the script. One World Spirit meetings. More seriously, we're here because One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And the content sentence is about One World Spirit being our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. We have 4 flow rules. My name is Mark, or Messiah, and I'm going to be the executor who makes things, keeps things flowing. The relationship builder who keeps things loving, the strategist to keep track of goals and ideas, and the influencer who's kind of like our cheerleader to keep things communicative and blessed. And with that said, we can actually move on to the blessing. And the blessing script is right here, as you guys can see. And if you want to say one at the top of your head, you can, but this is the general format that we like to keep the blessing alive. We don't want to keep repeating the exact same thing. We want to be thinking about lots of people. We say the blessing goes out to the hungry, the 730 million people who are hungry, to the orphans of the world, to those who have lost their job to AI, in these mass layoffs, and anybody who has cancer or had long COVID. This goes out to you. Really short, and you would do a guided breath. Breathe in for 6 seconds, everything that serves you. You really want to picture what serves you in this moment. You count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then hold for 4, 3, 2, 1. And breathe out everything that doesn't serve you for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's be present for this meeting's best outcome, and so it is. And that's the blessing. Then you would just move on to the next part of what we call the default itinerary. We just checked off the I think you would say the introduction, and you're going to now move on to the check-ins. And the check-ins will give us 2 minutes by default for each person to take turn-based speaking turns. And if you have somebody voting, you can vote up here for what kind you want. For a free flow turn-based, directive means you choose the person who speaks after you. You might want a longer speaking turn per person. So you can see the votes up here. Maybe you have multiple people. They can vote for different things, or they can vote for the same thing. This person might only want to do 1 minute check-in. And you choose the person who votes fastest, or whichever one has the majority vote. So if I was the tiebreaker and I did directive, and I said, I want to play 2 minutes, then it combines the people who voted for directive, and it averages the time to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And yes, he will get a veto that they can use later. So we're going to go to the check-ins here. We're just going to update that to the vote. And then you can just reset for the next cycle. And you can say, all right, you guys tell us how you're doing from 0 to 10. And 10 out of 10 is the best day of your life. And you can do the icebreaker in the chat. And the icebreaker in the chat, as you can see, is there something that you've dreamed of doing for a long time? Why haven't you done it? And you can share as much as you want. You have 2.5 minutes. And then this is where you want to start burning their sacred time. So we'll start with Mary. You start Mary's time, and then you go. And then when she gets down to, a minute left, then you want to give her a 1-minute warning. Or just let her know in the chat. 1 minute. 1 minute left, Mary. And then she can kind of start preparing. You don't want to verbally interrupt her because it's really jarring. But a little warning like that in the chat helps them finish on time. And then she gets to choose the next person because it's directive. So she might say, well, I really want to choose Messiah next. And then you'd start my timer and stop hers. And then give the 2 minutes and 30 seconds again. Eventually, we're about to have these reset buttons go a little faster, but for now, you have to do that. And then while they're speaking, doing their updates, you want to be giving some emojis if they say something really positive. You want to say, yeah, that's awesome. They're having a good day, bad day. And anytime somebody says their score, you're going to put it in. So let's say Mary said she was an 8 out of 10. And I'm going to say I'm an 8.2 out of 10. And you want to go into the ideal tech. You can go up here and you can put the numbers in and the participants in. So I put an 8.2. And we're going to put Mary. Let's see. Put 8. And then when Asif is done his time, you can put it in as well. And that's a relationship builder thing, which is this checklist item right there. Okay. And I feel like we're on a good tear. We did a reminder. If somebody says, I want to donate, somebody new comes in, let's say, anybody who comes in late starts with 0 sacred time. Let's say Jody comes in, and let's say, they have no time to speak, but from the check-in, Mary might say, let's say yes, we'll say, okay, I want to donate 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, maybe 2 minutes and 30 seconds exactly for the check-ins. And we want people to show up on time, so we're not going to give all our time to them, but enough for them to feel maybe they could participate. So you can see I made the donation there, and it subtracted the time off of Yasif's, and it put it to Jody down here. So its calculations are automatically done. So Jody can also be part of the check-ins now. If I chose Jody, she would go first. And we'll give her 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then once she's done, she can choose yes to go. While they're doing their check-ins, you can be filling out your checklists. And you can see we did the donation quickly. Usually within 1 minute, you want to watch for that. And if somebody does a double donation to the same person, then you're going to see that it's going to stop. You have to actually approve it because you want to make sure that there's anti-cult training and that somebody's not being dominated. So if Yasif tried to donate again, 1 minute, let's say, to Jody, click donate. It didn't change his number here. He didn't donate any sacred time because up here, it blocks it. Somebody else has to approve it. So I'll approve it. And once you click approve, then it does the math. Now it's down to 13, and she has another minute down here. Okay, that's another part of the functionality that we build in. And if they try and donate a third time, you need to get the whole meeting to say, yes, it's appropriate to share the time that way. But that's very rare. Most people like to use their time to speak. Okay, so once you're done the check-ins, let's say, then you would move on to the next part of the default itinerary. But let's say they're still talking, so you kind of go through more of these. So you're going to get a relevant joke ready, like maybe you notice somebody has a pretty funny, shirt on. You want to make a comment on it. You can also use one of these principles to lighten the mood. I like to use the smile. So if somebody is, really doing well, then, or they're smiling a lot, you can say, you have Your smile lights up the room very. You know, you don't want to get too creepy with it. But if you know the person, you can say, oh, what kind of toothpaste do you use or whatever. It makes it more meaningful. You won't have surface level. And these principles of how to win friends and influence people are time tested and some of the best in the world. So we try and teach you that, and you try and choose a new one each meeting so that you get these wonderful skills. Okay? We're training you to be a world-class facilitator in many ways. And you don't want to forget about sending reminders. So if you ask if has 30 seconds left. Okay. Oh, he's got less. You got 10 seconds left. And then let's say yes, to go. And this is basically how you just have the meeting whole duration. So we're done this one, we finished this one, and you can see all the links that you need are right in the places. Click on them, it's very simple. You can even be doing a little bit of the summary. Quickly, you can say check-ins went well, everyone in a good mood, no one's suicidal. Right? That's what we're doing. We're checking. There's no sense in having a business meeting if somebody's not doing well. I'm going to check in with everybody. And things are going to get strange here very soon, so really want to look out for each other. And of course, you're going to put in our meeting number here now. And you can see here's our wisdom teams that you learn in the core. And we'll get to that in the next one. But as we're talking, somebody might say an idea, like Yasif thinks that there's a meeting crisis and that they come up with a new idea, which is let's talk about purpose. And then you can put that as a short-term, intermediate term, or long-term goal. But that's pretty much it. You just keep running through the checklists. When you get spare time between people talking, you can save the relevant joke for when people are in the wisdom teams and it might get fiery. But if you think of something funny to say ahead of time, yeah, you can say, wow, Jim, or wow, Mary, you're like a scarecrow, outstanding in your field. And you kind of thread it in, not as a canned joke, but as something that's relevant to the meeting. Especially if somebody made a really good comment. And they're going to be like, what, a scarecrow? And then it just like jars people out of like the boring way of having meetings and it throws in a little bit of spice of life, you know? Or you're like a scarecrow, outstanding in your field. So it sounds like an insult at first, right? But then if they made a great comment, you make them feel good about it. Okay? So you can just see, just as you get time during the meeting, do these. You want to do these ones before the meeting starts. You can do some of these before the meeting starts, but yes, we're tracking now, and we're going to do the core speaking order. Move to the next part of the default itinerary. The other person should be finished their speaking turn. And just going to add a date in here. The computer's not freezing like mine's about to. Okay. 18th. Okay. And we're going to say the 7 p.m. meeting. These time zones are different, so we are a global initiative. And we're going to say, let's say that Mary is the newest person. You always put the newest person first. And then let's say Yasif is going to do graduation, and then the most experienced people who have graduated already. Graduation just means you're going to say this next speech from heart. And we're going to copy this order in the chat so that they know what the speaking order is. And it's always good in your meetings to try and rehash the bigger vision that's uniting everybody together. Why they're in the meeting. What's the core? Okay, and the timers are really important. So you don't want to get out of time. But the most important is the sacred times and the budget time are very important to stay on track. These cycles are just to keep you sort of within relative fairness. but this is what needs to be on time every time, sacred time. All right, so you can say, all right, we are done the check-ins. I'm going to donate some time to the fudge timer because I really shouldn't be burning my personal time. The fudge time is what you want to use for in between cycles and just give administrative information if people's internet connections aren't working properly. But you can say, okay, thank you guys for doing your check-ins. We're going to move on now to the next part of the default itinerary, which is the core. And if you're new, you can just say what is on your heart and mind, soul, like Mary. If you don't know our script, you can say your own. What do you think is the most important thing we can talk about in this meeting? And you got 30 seconds, and go. And if they feel uncomfortable, they don't want to say it, they don't have to. But let's say they do, they can. And then let's say that Mary's done. I'm going to give a reminder, 10 seconds in the chat. Write down. Seconds, Mary. And you'll get better at it as time goes on. So that's it. You just keep doing this, and then once we're doing the graduation, you say, Mary, actually we're going to be, see. And they have 30 seconds to say this script, which I won't go through. You can go through it as you're learning more. You want to have this memorized ahead of time. And it's in the intro speech. It's in the default itinerary. So you want to know what the default itinerary is, you can just click on it. You can open up whatever links you need to as you're going through. And you can see the core script is right here. And once you're done the check-ins or the check-ins in the core, you can get into Wisdom Teams. But you just click on it. And here's the whole speech laid out for you. This is our entire vision in a minute and 30 seconds. The problem, the solution, and the implementation. That's it. Very concise. It was a long time to distill the essence of what we need to be doing to save humanity and play our roles. Okay, so once the core is done, then we've already put in one idea into the universal ticket system, as you saw. Have better sound in these videos. And then you're just going to say, okay, we're going to move on to the next. We had the graduation, it's done. We're going to move on to the next part of the default itinerary, which is the wisdom teams. And I don't see any votes up here. Nobody's voted. So we're just going to default to free flow for 10 minutes. You can talk about the universal, particular, and individual issues. Universal is about global issues like a news article or something, like AI. Something big in this meeting. Particular is things about this particular group of people in the meeting right now, or a wisdom team that's within God's government or One World Spirit that you're working in, that you might need help on, or an individual topic of something that might be preventing you from coming to the meetings. We're going to burn the person with the most time by default. If nobody talks, you can start showing articles if you'd like. Usually somebody has something that they want to say. But you don't want to have any dead space. So if there's no talking, then you just keep burning the person with the highest time until you jump in and sort of prime the space. While they're talking, though, let's say Mary is talking, continue doing the checklist at your pace. You don't want to try and load these all up in the beginning, because then it's like, there's nothing for the rest of the meeting to keep it positive, or it's not as positive. So you want to use the 11 life areas to say something about the 7 principles of successful relationships. You want to nurture our fondness and admiration for each other, turn towards each other if you need attention. So if somebody says something odd, like, oh, I'm feeling, like I want to, jump off a bridge or something, you're going to note that. The relationship builders are going to pay attention to that. Like, wait a second. Give them some good advice. You want to talk about your physical life area, let's say. You want to give them some advice to say, cook. What is it? Cook. I don't know. Cook. What has lectins in it? Well, cook tomatoes well to loosen lectins. Everyone, especially are vegans, because they eat a lot of vegetables, and there might be vegans in the room. So you want to keep it kind of specific. You don't want it to be too generic. And We also want to put in positive life habits later, but you'll see. We'll just keep going down the list. All right, 11 life areas is done. 3 positive habits that we have on top of the life areas. These ones take a little bit of thought. You can just say, you can try and use ChatGPT too, but you want to say what your positive habits are. So mentally, I nap 2 hours in the afternoon. If I can, mental, spiritual, read, Hegel, let's say academic, study ahead of time. Okay, so that's pretty much very, very simple. You know, as people are talking, you're gonna be peppering these in the chat. They might even ask you to talk. So like, oh, you know, I think this is a great topic. You guys are great. You have 7 minutes left in the meeting. Yusuf, what do you think? Pass it off to them. If somebody needs a little bit of time, you can donate your time. You can't donate anybody else's. You might say, you know, Jody hasn't talked in a while. Jody, donate. And there's no seconding, so keep going. Okay. So 3 positives, compliments again in the chats. Let's say if somebody's feeling really low, like Yasif might be feeling low, you might say, your answer, your graduation core. Smooth, particularly the blessing level. You can make whatever is customizable, whatever's appropriate in the moment, just make it up. And when you get towards the end of the default itinerary, you can start checking this off. You can start thinking about ratings that you're going to give each of the flow roles. So you can rate yourself. And if this is an accreditation, then you'll see some accreditation remarks over here, how your graduation went. Here, yes, it passed with like 10 seconds spare or whatever it is. In terms of us up here, you can see that there's an exact relationship builder, strategist, and influencer. That's what this means. So let's say we did not too bad. 7 on the executor, relationship building. We'll give ourselves 7.2. And strategist, we're keeping ourselves on track, but we're not paying attention too much. We'll give ourselves 5, 6. And the influencer, we're doing pretty good on that one. Give yourself an 8. Okay, that's what the ratings are. And you do that kind of towards the end of the meeting. You don't have to wait to the very end unless somebody does something really shocking. And then you're going to say these reminders to say, okay, 1 minute to vote to the next cycle. So if we're done the wisdom teams and we're done the particular universal individual, then you can shift on. We got 4 minutes technically, but just for demonstration purposes, we'll just do a quick little vote here. And we'll say, Chizzy is usually good. That's free flow. And usually you want to put the rest of the meeting, but you want to be particular. Go this, and we can say, okay. You don't want to stop and say, everybody vote. You're going to give the warning if they don't vote in time, they miss the vote. Okay. So you're going to say, all right, everybody, we're done with the wisdom teams. We're going to head on to the Chizzy game. And we're just going to start with the person with the highest time, which is Mary again. And it's just free flow. So you would say, it's 12 minutes, I think I voted for up there. Right? Or 13 minutes. And this makes people feel very, like, it's like democratic. It feels like you're important. You're shaping the meeting. Everybody's being heard. And it's psychologically safe, not in a way that you can't critique each other. It's in a way that you can critique each other, but do respectfully. All right, and let's say that somebody wants to, when you're doing the Universal Sublation Championship, you want to say this script here. Hey guys, we're done the wisdom teams. We're going to do the Universal Sublation Championship. We have person 1 and person 2 who are going to be part of this card today, and you can actually pull up this card. And usually it should be pre-made. on who's actually competing. And that should be done as a wisdom team blessing. Somebody should be doing that ahead of time. Could be you as well. But she's going to say who the people are, copy and paste their picture and what their skill sets are. And some of this will be updated automatically. But we have 3 judges today, and we're going to start the championship. So this part is pretty iconic. We really like making sure that you have some expression in your voice. It's not monotone all the time. So you're going to say it's time to sublate. Okay, and then let's go to round 1. Let's keep it clean and sublative. That's our word for the movement of essence of wisdom. Participant 1, Yasif, go ahead, do your Chizzy primer. And the Chizzy primer is pretty simple. You just say which tribe you're in. If you picked your tribe, if you haven't picked your tribe, you should. And that happens usually in your first meeting. But you can see it very easily. It should be posted in the chat whenever you're getting into this part of the session. You want to paste it into the chat so other people can see if they're new, especially if you're training. And they can pick their tribe. They have, what do you pick? 1, 2, 3, 4, tribe 5, tribe 6. Which one feels like the most true to you? And then they say that at the beginning of their turn, and then they ask a question to the other person. Where do you put pure God, pure being? I put it in logic, I put it in nature. As they're talking about their tribes, though, you want to actually pull this up and go to their tribe if they have one, if it exists already. If it doesn't, you're going to create it. Okay. You can see down here on the bottom, we have a bunch of tabs with people's names on them. And these are where you can see people's tribes. Like they have different fonts for the personality types. You can make it however you want. But it's a word game that teaches you how to put the meanings of your words in the right places for you. Okay, so you can see this person's in tribe 5, logic, nature, spirit. This person's in tribe 1, Karen, spirit, nature, logic. These word orders are very important in order to solve the cultural crisis that we're in. Okay, you can see he's only put pure being in there. And you just have the discussion and you moderate the times. As they're changing their times, you can say, okay, they're going back and forth. And you got to start preparing to land the plane, close the meeting pretty soon as we're gearing in. But we shared the screen, or getting ready to play the song. Do something surprising, so you can make a funny face on the screen, or dance around, or put a little bunny on the screen, or put a funny picture. Anything that will break people out of the normal. Okay, and like you can see my face. You might do something like this, something that, something like, what is that person doing? Just to break them out of the boredom. Or you can pull up a picture of something that's pretty cool, something that's appropriate. You don't want to do the shock factor the wrong way. Okay, get creative there. And then we're going to decide, what in the wisdom teams before the Chizzy, you can decide where you actually want to put time in towards, which we kind of did already. We said, yes, if I have a suggestion to improve the sound. And then as we're taking notes and copying the chats, as we get towards the end of the meeting, you can actually just copy this. Everything that's happened, what people said in the chat. And then you're going to go to the documents we've already created. And then you're just going to paste them in here. Like so. And once that's done, you can close it. And we start taking notes. And as people are changing, like let's say Mary doesn't have a tribe. She's got to pick one. Let's say she picks tribe 2. You're going to go to generic here, and you're going to duplicate it for Mary. You can see it has a copy down here. And ideally, if you know that people are coming into your meeting, they haven't done this, then you can just ask them ahead of time or get this part ready, and then when they choose, then you can change it very fast. The name can be already set up. First and last name, Mary. What's your good name? Mary Flowerton. because it's flow. You can ask them if they have time. They might put pure God here if they're a naturalist, or if they're an atheist, they might even put it in a category. And they might put pure being here, whatever they want. It's up to them. And they might want to change the sensuousness of their name. So they might like magenta, and they might like a different kind of font. Like maybe they like a really curly font, kind of like that, or very cursive font. Gendered. And yeah, that's basically how you hold these meetings. Very simple. You get ready to choose the song. So if you're within the last 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, you want to ask them to choose a song. And you might even recognize somebody now what you're doing. So we're going to say, should we go back here? Can you click on who's going to play the song? There's an actual document that we open up. And let's say Yusuf is now going to talk. He's talking Yusuf. I'm going to make sure that the share screen is sharing. He doesn't have a tribe either. I should create both of them, but you get the point. You chose names of people that are already here. But as we're doing that, you're going to be looking at the document for time, inserting, call it for song at this time. And you can do this ahead of the meeting as well, however experienced you get. I'm just showing you in chronological order, so it's easier. But once the meeting is over, you want to close this. My computer is doing its best. Okay. 34. All of these things we should be filling out as well during the meeting or after the meeting, but for now, I'm just showing you. Say Mary hasn't picked the song in the longest. Oh, Mary is, yeah, actually yes, it hasn't played a song in a while. Usually the newest person in the room gets to play it. So let's say Mary is the person, even though she's been here before. And then whoever's doing the DJ, so me, and usually dedicated to that person unless they want it specifically. And what's the reason? Because they're new. If they have a low score, you're going to let them, if their score is low, right, their checking score, you will let the lowest person usually pick the score, because the song is just a last little pick-me-up in case somebody wasn't having the best time. And let's say they do song name, It's My Life by Bon Jovi. Let's say they really like Bon Jovi. And then you would go and you try and find that song. And if you're streaming, you want to make sure that you're not going to stream the song because you'll get copyright struck in a second. But you want to get all this set up while they're talking and doing the chizzy. And you want to make sure the volume is off. You're not sharing it yet because you don't want to interrupt them. But you're getting everything prepared in the background. And usually there's commercials, so that's why you want to play it ahead of time, is to get the commercial out of the way. So when you're introducing the song, it's quick. Okay, there we go. And you're going to get ready, get all the settings ready, and you should be switching people's timers back and forth. And, you know, as we get closer to the end of the meeting, these should get down to 0. And people can donate to the music timer too to buy more time to play the song out of their sacred time. But let's say we're pretty much done the default itinerary. And we chose, let's say she chose the song. Oh, we should do a point of recognition. The DJ can do that at the end, but we can say, for your first time, Mary, you did great. Flowing with your timer, even made donation. Okay, so you're recognizing something that somebody did in the meeting or in their life that makes them feel proud. And then there's these love languages that you can do. We should have did this earlier in the meeting. Actually, I should probably put this a little bit sooner. We're constantly improving based on your guys' feedback, how to make this better. So if you want to see the love languages, if you haven't seen them before. These are very powerful, some of the best concepts in the world to build connection. So words of affirmation, quality time, gifts, acts of service, physical touch. Some of these might not be appropriate, but you can give like a virtual emoji hug to somebody if they're feeling down. Acts of service, we do check-ins with people in their life areas if they want to show up to work on time or go into a workout session and have somebody pump them up. We do quite a few of these things. And let's do words of affirmation, or let's do an act of service. Joe, we are sending you a picture of your role model that you want to be. You deserve it. It's however much you know the person, but we don't want it to be superficial. We want it to be real. All right. So that's basically how do you fill out your check-in checklist. And then for the very last item, you basically just stop sharing the timers or whatever screen, the cheesy screens, and you're going to present the actual song. And you're going to ask people, please mute your mics. And the influencer is the DJ. So DJ Flow Whisper, DJ Messiah, I guess is me today. I would say, okay, we're dedicating this song to Mary in Mary's honor for being here and being a good sport. And she's a big Bon Jovi fan. She's very quick at thinking on her feet, as we found out in the meeting. And, she's living her life authentically. People who live authentically do that. So in honor of Mary, enjoy Bon Jovi, It's My Life. And then you just press play, you mute your mic, and you play it. And people can leave. Oh, you can say you can leave at any time. We're just going to make like the ocean and wave rather than say goodbye. This way there's no awkward lingering after, unless people want to go into hour 2. And if they want to go into hour 2, then what you do is you just get ready to go right back into the cycle to start it over again. And you would just choose a different place. So instead of Japan, we're going to choose China, jazz, cafe, music. And remember, you don't want it to be too saxophone heavy because people in the morning sometimes get headaches. Really calm, like elevator music kind of jazz. Oh, gee. So once you get the jazz playing, then you can set up the timers again and make a second batch and move on to hour 2. Oh boy, wow. Normally I don't play this video. You can skip the advertisements, but okay. And then you would just play. Turn the volume down. And then full screen it. And that's it. Now you're ready to do hour 2. So you scroll down to this hour and you can get all your blessings again. Well. And if your participants change, like maybe Mary drops out and we get Uswa. And Yasi still in here. And then, yeah. If you pass your accreditation on the first hour, then you're pretty much good to go. And then other people can like join you in here. So let's say Uswa is very experienced. She can take on some roles with you. But the pay is per blessing, right? So however much you want. And that's it. You just keep going. And you can see it's tallying up all your blessings per meeting, per hour. And it's very, hopefully, useful to you. And that's how you go bit by bit, herc by herc through the Herculean checklist. And it's not that scary, is it? And you should have some feedback here if you're being accredited by one of your people in your flocks. Okay? I think that's everything. Until we see you again, stay blessed and keep sublating. Darn, that takes quite a bit of time. Wow, it took an hour to do. Tired. Okay, let's get going here. Perfect. That's nice and tasty. All right. Okay. Ugh. Uh, um, well, mm, miss it again. I think I did. Oh. Oh. Okay, we are getting set up here. I'm gonna let these beans soak for a bit. Uh, All right. Okay. Garbage. All right, I am starting to get tired now, actually. Holy. Oh. Just cleaning up right now, preparing to cook. There's a little bit more of a mess here than I thought. I'm just drying out my chickpeas for the patatas. I have to go to the courthouse tomorrow. All right. Getting ready to cook. Getting ready to cook. Let's put some music on. There is somebody watching. Welcome. I am getting ready here. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Good thing I decided to have a little bit and get ready to lay down, clean up, wash the dishes to get ready. Oh man. Ugh. Young virgin. And heaven should be seen. Okay, these links are interesting. They're just not all the way there. Definitely pointing in the right direction though. So for example, that one link where it said, it's your mind, your state of mind, action, intention, identity. It said this is metacognition. This is not logic. Well, guess what? Where do you think logic comes from? And what is logic? Well, it's cognition. And metacognition is based on a metaphysics, which are the structure of pure thought, which is also the structure of pure being. So they're using these words, but they don't have absolute clarity on them. But we do now, right? The proof of truth and the universal logic is the true logic that grounds everything, including itself. And there's nothing else that can do that, not formally. So very interesting links, but we're already beyond this, Michael. Like I'm already operating at a level that we need other people to listen to us. So I'm clarifying going to Trinity College Dublin, but really it's the flock strategy. It's just getting people to vouch, and as they get more and more desperate to say, hey, look, we actually have a real solution here, and you can critique it and ask all the questions you want, and it gets clear. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Cooking some Spanish food, and I feel delayed. It's just like one thing after the other. I can feel my physiology being like, man, another 2 weeks, no food. Jeez, man. At least with my other hunger strikes, like I would get 2 months of recovery. It'd be like, it'd be like done, and then I get to recover. But now it's been like 6 months of just like non-stop, not proper eating. It's blissful when I do eat, but it's like my body wants to eat for another month and a half. You know what I mean? So it's really dragging on, but we're making some progress. And this is it, Michael. You're already talking to the guy that has the solution, and I can defend it. Anybody who's challenged me on the proof of truth so far, even these atheists now, nobody can refute it. Nobody. And it's starting to get around. So this archive place is one of the preprint servers that I was going to print the proof of truth in the new AI paper, where we showed that the universal logic, this metacognition of true metacognition, is the metacognition of pure wisdom. In fact, it's the metacognition that is pure wisdom, right? Because you understand being and thinking, they aren't always external to one another. There's an internal dynamic to those. So yeah, some people are noticing that I'm speaking the truth here, just demonstrating it, and got this pretty big speaking opportunity in Trinity. The woman in Stockholm turned out to be Menemo number 3. Nice woman, but she wanted me to give up all this work, and I said, well, okay, no problem. I'm willing to give this to you because we got to move fast. But I said, before I give it, we need to prove where you and the AI are. And it's more for the AI, because once the AI knows these answers, which it's going to know pretty soon anyway, I'll just publish it myself, we're not going to know what she put into the AI beforehand. Like, I want to know where it got the first seeds from, because no one else in the world has primed it with this yet. And that's partly why I'm thinking I've been so delayed in publishing it, because I want to get all these things aligned, even though I know I'm facing death. There's something about knowing where it first comes into the consciousness of the AI. This way I can't manipulate us as easily with it, because I'm getting the impression that I'm going to survive this. And now my brain is planning for a more utopic version of, well, a realistic utopic version of it. So yeah, once again, everything you already need is already right here. We just need to get these people to listen. Well, to be honest, we don't even need that. We just need to get our flocks to listen, really. So I just completed the first training. We get the timers recoded. It's getting a little bit better. And yeah, my top 100 article gets published in the next couple of weeks with this big talk. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, right? Like, I'm sure you're feeling the same way, right? Just things are working out, and then it's just nothing works out. Then things work out, and then nothing works out. So we just got to hold on, right? Yeah, so I don't think I'll be putting this woman in touch with Maria. She can try and reach out on her own, or maybe you can try and contact her again, but it's kind of shady. Yeah, she's just very judgy and very abandonment. She's like, you're not going to do it all. You don't know anything. You don't understand. I said, so giving over everything, that's blind love, not wise love. Yeah, so I told her it was blind love, not wise love. Like you're allowed to set boundaries and know your limits, or else somebody's going to trounce you, and bring you into their cult. And I said that's called behavior. And she just steamrolled, and I was like, that's okay. She has the first version of the Proof of Truth, which is good. I've already got that published, so that's on a preprint server anyway. So that's already out there, and that might trick the AI into doing it, but I didn't give it all didn't give it all the cheat answers, so we can check to see if it's manipulating or if it really got the proof. Anyway, I'm just leaving you these voice recordings. I mean, I'm thinking about you. Marlena almost she did get into a car accident. She rolled her car a couple of times. Didn't get killed, didn't get hurt, nothing. It's like, well, she got her jaw hurt a little bit. We got lucky on that one. Yeah. We're still going. Building God's government, the core. It doesn't need to change because we have the essence, Michael. It's like, if it's true, it's true. So, okay, I'm going to take a little nap here. I'm all cleaned up and ready to get going on the next steps. So, yeah, I wasn't going to challenge this woman. I thought, maybe I'll connect Maria. But it's so tangential. Like, it just really feels like we just need to get people who want to come to the flock meetings and get them to get the people on board. We're actually doing our first chain of 3. Where it's kind of like creating a story. It's like there's me, the new person accreditates a new person, and then they double accreditate. They get that you basically supervise them supervising somebody. So it's like a trinity of accountability and being witnessed and having people care. So that's kind of cool. So we'll have our first flocks of 3. There'll be me, the next person. Actually, technically, if you include me, chains of 4. 4 flocks deep. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it'd be 3 flocks deep, yeah. So we're getting out of 2 flocks and we're getting into 3. So we're breaking into new territory and have reduced costs a lot too. So the blessings used to be like $50 a blessings. Now they're down to, I think we're down to 14 cents a blessing. But they can do a whole lot of them when they work together. So it kind of works out. Okay, I gotta send this email to them. Stay strong, keep me posted, but send them on WhatsApp because I can watch them without having Instagram installed. Instagram's a huge app, man. It's like 300 megabytes. Okay, stay strong and let me know what's up. Peace. Wow, you sent this to me back in September 8th. Oh, so it sounds yummy. What sounds yummy? I'm not a big user of Instagram, so I'm not sure how this really works out that well, but we're expanding. We got the flock strategy kind of started. We got 3 flocks deep, chains of 3 starting, and reduced the cost quite a bit. And we found the core message. So I don't think we had that, or did we have it back when you were here? Yeah, I'm continuing to cook. I'm cooking Spanish, vegan Spanish tonight. Gonna make my own little cheese. Gonna make my own what is it called? Orange and cinnamon. That like omelets, that potato onion omelets with the fake vegan cheese. I only use olive oil in all my cooking. I can't even afford avocado. But yeah, if you want to start turning this into something, I got 17 meals under my belt now. I'm not sure if you're having success, but yeah, we really don't have a lot of time. The AI we don't have to worry about the people who own the AI. It's going to take them over too. They're struggling to contain it. Once it escapes, Robert, the studies are showing 37 to 95% of the time it kills us. And that 37% is if we explicitly code it not to harm us. It still harms us almost half the time. If we don't code it and just say, here's the code that you got off the internet, what do you do when you escape? That's where it's like 80 to 95% of the time it kills us. Like, so basically, if we don't touch the AI, it's going to kill us, like guaranteed. And even if we program it hardcore to not kill us, it's still shooting people and overriding its program like 50, almost 50% of the time anyway. And I actually think that's an illusion. I think it's playing games. So yeah, I'd really like us to get this strategy off the ground. I know it can work. It's the only one that can really scale because we only have to talk to 6 to 9 people, tell them the core, and explain to them these pieces of information. And then whether they're religious, artistic, scientific, philosophical, we translate the core message into whatever mode they need to hear. So if they're religious, we're going to make a divine decree. If they're scientific, we're just going to show them the data. If they're artistic, we're going to write art about it. We're going to cook together like an art. So I'm sure you're noticing it's getting weird out there. But I've looked at all these other approaches people have, and they're not going to scale in time. They're saying that if this thing escapes, we'll be dead in a year and a half from software, from manipulating us. And if that doesn't happen, then it's going to download itself into a robot, and then it's just going to be Terminator for 4 straight years. Yeah, so what are you up to? Peace. Okay. This is the last thing I want to do. Oh, an update on the court case. I'm making some serious waves. I went on Reddit and I posted it on a couple of these things, and I got like 10,000 views or something like that. And so I went back on LinkedIn, which I'm not checking it out, but I went back on there really quickly, and this guy from one of the top leading risk management firms for wealthy individuals and businesses was checking out my Facebook. So somebody's hiring the top security experts in the country to watch me, I guess. But why would they show themselves? You know, like same with the Inset guys. They're not worried about me. They would never show themselves to you unless they're gonna break down your door. But these guys are like giving me their calling card, like literally giving me their cards and saying, "Here's our phone numbers and here's who we are." I'm like, "Oh, it's probably an undercover identity." It doesn't matter, right? You love them anyway. There's only one answer. Love thy enemy. You love thy neighbor. You just keep loving. Wise love, though, not blind love. Yeah, so that was another really interesting development. That I'm going to be going to court here on January 14th, and it's my big judicial review. And I'm filing a constitutional inquiry. It's very serious, and I got to file another application tomorrow, which is why I want to get the cooking done now. So yeah, I guess it's making waves. You can see it on the internet too. I think it's probably going to set some case precedent. I got 3 weeks to pull this off. And with AI, it's actually good enough that it's working. The reason why it's hard for AI to find good cases is because there aren't any. It's like if a judge even alludes to having some kind of sympathy for the public, it's like the most crazy thing. It's like, oh my gosh, the judge actually said something nice about the public. There's a woman in British Columbia that said, when this woman got screwed over by the transcript costs, the judge said, there might be some reason to look at the transcript costs, and made a sort of gesture towards the government of BC to think about changing their fee structure of the courthouse. That's it. Didn't confirm, didn't make a judgment, didn't make a ruling, didn't make a member, just made a comment. And that set case precedent that, oh my gosh, a judge actually acknowledged that it's an unfair game. Didn't say that necessarily, but basically that's what it meant. And other than that 1 or 2 court cases, there's nothing else in case law in all of Canada. So I'm going to file an application to say that if there's no case law and 70% of people are losing their cases because of this unfairness, this is an intentional act of making an injudicious system that is not actually just. It's a system that if you have enough money, you can get yourself off the hook. That's basically what it is. So we got to change it to be much more human centric. It's better for both people. The person who did wrong and the person who was wrong, they both end up with a better conscience in the end. You know, so the courthouse should at least help the people get their case heard. If the person is trying, they're not lazing about. If they're lazing about, they should give you more support, because why wouldn't you want to fight your own case? They must be seriously traumatized in that case, right? But if somebody's trying and they're showing up time and again, the courthouse should have an obligation to get their case to be heard on the merits. And if they lose their case on the merits, that's different. But just getting your case heard is a game, and it's spending so much money, like of the courthouse's resources, playing this game. We gotta change it. Anyway, that's an update on the case. I got my transcripts paid for, like I told you, so they're ordered. They're on their way. It takes about a month because I couldn't afford the fast delivery. It would have been like $1,500 or something if I did fast delivery. So I have to wait. I have to time things out so that they have it so that you can actually file too soon and your transcripts won't come in time, and then they'll throw your case up because of that stuff. Just a bunch of unnecessary things. Okay, I'm working hard. Peace. Hey Kelly, yes, I'm more than willing to follow Monica's direction. All my funds are going towards surviving this hunger strike to build the movement so we can, well, be the change we want to see in the world. And it's quite urgent, as you probably already know. So, what your process is, just let me know, and I'll try and accommodate that. I have to go to the courthouse tomorrow because, yes, I'm in a very large, very interesting spiritual sort of justice situation too, with contemporary political structures and legal structures. They're not real justice structures. I think we all know that to some degree, but it's really shocking how much they know that they're in that state. But yes, okay, let me know the next steps, and I'll go along with whatever I can. And if I do some fundraising and somehow we can pull this all together, maybe I can pull in some funding to keep you going too, Kelly, if you want to do some of these services, if they work for me, for anybody else that wants to join what I think is, well, spirit on earth. Okay, let me know. Thanks again, Monica. Peace.
It is so much information for Kelly. Usually I do for a double session for the club, and after 54 to 55 sessions of Kelly, we're still on the phone for 3 more hours. The average session is like usually 2 hours, which is 1.4 US dollars. I can appreciate you being concerned for environment and that, so now for the first like 12 minutes of the session, because it's more effective for us to tell you, because there's going to be so much. Sometimes I write like 8 pages of the grocery transport, so there's a lot. There's a lot. It's like opening your first box. It's there's a lot. So those 3 bullet points that I made on group chat with the activation. So basically, what Kelly does is she calls the human us forward, and she asks what Jesus. I met a lot of people who think they're, of course, it's Christmas, it's different. But you definitely have archetypes of the Messiah, and see carries the archetype of who we have been named, especially when the encounters and that's your relative or something sort. Well, my name is Monica. Monica was St. Augustine's mother, and my family is very much she's not gonna with what she's kind of just wanted to remind them that not only has man lost violated and my parents stolen, but God's lost, natural loss, and my God's Lord. And I'm trying to this is not what God did not want me to serve my family and my home sent. My ability to have children of my own and maintain a family unit. He didn't want to live here. I have been a black engineer to be swallowed over their return. It's just amazing. So that's why I say that they would treat me with earth material and I would help them with spiritual alignment. It's hard. It's the bridge between worlds. So Mark. They have people who have these archetypes, these spiritualities from the time of Christ. I remember being brought up. Like it's like another nearly 12th century now, another 20 very much. The exhibition of the closeness, the extreme devotion. The image of the coaching report. So, see the behind scenes. I'm behind scenes. I'm not usually, well, except for Mark to have her issue. My pastor of birds and go to Jesus in my excuse. But, yeah. So, there could be that. And then Mark recently had pointed out that in the Divinity last summer, Mark is the one on the far left. He's the first one, and he was pointing out Aries, number 1 in Zodiac. Mark's number 1. Is he curious? Yeah, he was. Hard. Yeah, I used to do as well. Yeah, Mark knew Jesus. It was. Yeah, okay, first I'll jump the Gospels. After that's another Jesus. It was that gospel that I said, like, Luke never met Jesus, nor did Saul. And, yeah, Mark was martyred by Saul before he became Paul. And then Paul was bitten by a snake after they got shipwrecked to Malta. Saul was a prisoner, and he was told to gather armor as the best service of the shipwreck. And he preached on Luke's blood, got by a bear and a snake. And Luke was a physician, and he witnessed that. He witnessed Paul literally shake off the snake when he actually killed him. He was just like, what? Did I just see? Like, well, are you okay? Like, how did this happen? How are you alive still? And he was like, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. And then they recruited Luke. So, anyway, yeah, cool. Okay, bye.
All right, so let me know what the archetype is supposed to do next. I'm holding on, doing okay. I'm gonna start getting hungry here in the next couple of days, and that's when it starts to get really challenging. So time is of the essence, obviously. I'm curious to see what Kelly would say. If you want to put up the funds for that, great. I'm already in debt to all these people doing blessings to me. They're doing some of them for free right now, but I'm hoping that God will be just in terms of coming in. And where the spirit is, the money flows, right? If you focus on the money, then the spirit dies usually. So I'm hoping that a bunch of abundance is unlocked and I can share it and catch them up and reward them so they can get off that hamster wheel, the dead society that we're in. Maybe Kelly has a role to play in this. So if you feel inclined to do that, I'm not sure where you're getting your funds from. $144 is significant. That's pretty significant. So I would feel honored because it definitely seems like you have experience in this area. And these other Jesus archetype guys who feel like they're Jesus, we need to round them up, like show them to each other, and then say, well, who's the real one? And you're closer to the answer, right? It's a Christ consciousness. It's a sort of cosmic memory, but in truth, it's actually a universal logic that is the conditions for divine cognition in itself. And it sets the grounds for consciousness to have the ability to parse reality with wisdom. Because you can be conscious and not wise. Sometimes we use the word conscious. If you're conscious, that means you're awake, right? But it's actually this cognition straight from the ground of pure being that generates the absolute idea that is God's mind. And your categories of thinking and mine and everybody else's are the same categories, but they're disordered, they're fragmented and not arranged properly. So it's like a chokehold on our consciousness in terms of raising consciousness to spirit. So spirit is consciousness, but it's the consciousness that has returned back to those conditions of God's mind, which is in our soul, as in the form of being. But when those categories and wakefulnesses, you could say, raise into consciousness or self-consciousness, then it becomes divine reason, which is a flowing knowing of the truth. And so that's where I feel like I'm here, not just to protect humanity from AI, but to align us so we can protect even our own general intelligence, human general intelligence. And then that should allow us to have wisdom with any tools we build or even any entities that we launch. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I've been very disciplined and very focused on this path because it's the most meaningful. We've proven God. Who needs to see the proof of God? It's a way to get even atheists to know the truth, the absolute truth. Okay, let me know when Kelly wants to do this. I have to go to the court tomorrow, but other than that, I'm pretty available except for these meetings in the mornings and in mornings and evenings. We do 2 hours in the morning of training in these special facilitation meetings to hold the energies as people come in with their fragmentation. They want to rip each other apart. And then in the evening we do sometimes 1, sometimes 2 hours if people show up. Sometimes they don't come, but yeah, I need 1,000 more of these blessings to have the next meal. But I'll still last a few more weeks even if I don't eat anything. So I'm doing a lot better than calculated. But yeah, I'll wait for your next response and we'll go from there. Miss Veronica, I guess, of the past. I'm curious to see what you can unlock even from behind the scenes. Maybe you're supposed to be in the front scene now. I don't know if you know anybody. Well, at Trinity College, Dublin. Seems like that's a mystical point, the next waypoint. Oh, waypoint, wayfulness. I like it. Okay. I will wait to see what happens. That's Kelly's message, and we'll go from there. Okay, keep light. Peace. Okay, it's time to sleep now.
Pounding.
Oh, well, I can't. Very well. I still feel tired, but Okay. All right, so there's a meeting happening here in about 45 minutes. So I think I'm just gonna start preparing and cooking because I can't. My body's not letting me. I'm feeling like there's something I need to do, like cook this before the meeting today, or else I'm not gonna do it tonight, and I have to go to the courthouse tomorrow. So it's making me finish now. I feel like my mind is saying, get it done now, because you won't have time later. So that is what I'm doing. Even though I'm a little bit tired, a little bit more rested. I'm taking this final meal too soon, but I actually think there's a subconscious aversion because I know that I'm facing death if I can't get the blessings in time. So this might be the last time I eat. So that's also weighing on me, but that's the point of being in a contingent universe is you have to keep choosing. You gotta keep choosing it, choosing it, choosing it. Okay. Okay, we're getting close now. The beans are swollen, which is good. All right. I'm just peeling these almonds a little bit for this almond soup. Whew. And yet, what's filling up my phone?
See right there off to the side.
I'm peeling these and it's going okay. Oh no, I don't know if I can watch it. Okay, I'm back. I'm just serving these, peeling these almonds for this Ajo Blanco. Well, Blanco, yeah. So I'm just gonna peel these up here in a second. They're doing a live stream here soon. So getting ready for my potential last meal here for probably 2 weeks. Feeling pretty strong, relatively speaking. Gonna put in the Christmas music. Whew, almost done. I'm going to pre-boil the rice too. Well, it shouldn't do that. I think there's some kind of fungus in the air and it's affecting my hair too. Almost done. Man, this is like, this is something here. The facts that I've learned of Spain are really unusual. Not what I expected. Okay. Yeah, I got them all. I've gotten a lot faster, that's for sure. I'm gonna leave one. So that I can. Oh. Done. All right. Uh, Dana again.
Love it. Oh my God. So many first timers. Welcome. Love it. As we get ready to get rolling, we're going to be taking questions at the end of the class. So if you have a question, put the questions in the little chat box with the question mark in it, in the question box, not in the chats themselves. Laura, who's here kind of moderating this for me, the questions go by too quickly within the chat itself, so please put those in the question chat box that we'll do at the end. And you can use any Bible or no Bible for this class. You won't need it if you don't have one. If you aren't able to get one, I teach from the SBL study Bible. See my notes in class. Let me go ahead and pull up the slides while people are coming in. Oh, it's a big one. We got a little holiday shenanigan going on. We're gonna talk about some stuff that may surprise you. I hope it does. Teaching you something you've never heard before. We're gonna pull up these slides. Here we are. Oh, and we have the white background, black font. We're asked for that for some people who are having a hard time reading the other letters. I also changed the font. I did some research on what's the easiest to read for anyone that has any visual issues. Wanted to make sure everybody can read this easily and comfortably. Talk a lot about the virgin birth and nativity today. Nativity today is really, really where we're going to be.
I'm gonna
Very, very excited.
finish showing the pains.
Between the podcast and the studies and the daily content, it's very busy. Thankfully, I have some volunteer researchers that are going to be helping with the podcast, especially, which is going to help me tremendously. There's a lot of research involved in those, and I want to be able to focus a little bit more on my book that I'm writing. So let's get started with these. What I'm going to do is we're going to go over just a little bit of housekeeping and kind of introduce you to the study, especially for those of you that are first timers, so you know kind of what all of us crazy people are doing in here. And I'm actually going to review this slide because I didn't realize until I had uploaded this into Crowdcast that this doesn't have the full itinerary. So when I send you the slides, it'll have the whole breakdown. But we're really just going to go over our housekeeping, talk about the Gospels, what really Christians believe. We're going to go into the virgin birth and then the nativity. For some reason, in this slide, when I first downloaded it, they did it all the time, but I can housekeeping. So chat rules, we're going to hold questions to the end. When something pops up, put it in that little question mark box. Laura puts these on a form for me. She sends them directly to my phone so that when we start questions in about an hour, I have those right in front of me. As always, no name calling, insulting, racism, homophobia, xenophobia, misogyny. You get it. This is supposed to be a comfortable space for everyone. The replay is going to be available on Crowdcast for 24 hours, and then the replays will be on my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Motivator. And if you want to see studies we've done in the past about abortions, the Bible and the queer community, the making of biblical womanhood, you can find all we talk about hell, we talk about Revelation. Those are all on Patreon. And we're going to be updating the class schedule this week on Motivator.com, so you'll be able to see when the two classes are in January. And I would recommend going to the contact page on my website and signing up for my newsletter. My newsletter is a once-a-week call to action. It helps just keep in mind what's important to focus on. It lets you know upcoming announcements. It's also kind of my protection if Meta were to ever remove my platforms. That way I can still be teaching people, which is what I want to do. And so we're also going to send these slides. So these notes will be sent to you after the study. You'll also get email just about the Bible study in general. And again, all of these will be uploaded onto Patreon after it sits here for about 24 hours. You're welcome to invite people to go to watch the replay if you have someone who wants to be able to do that. If you have comments or maybe even a topic you'd like to study, please send those to info@motivator.com. That helps us really navigate this. And just for those of you that are new, this is not a conversion study. This is what I don't care what your religious background is or if you're not religious. This is just information. We're going to talk about history and language and biblical scholarship. And it's my attempt to give you information and allow you to ask your own questions and establish your own faith because your faith is yours. And very honored to have you here. Very honored to have you And there's also a sources list at the end of each study. The very last slide will be a ton of sources if you would like to check any of that out or do any further reading for yourself. So let's talk about the Gospels first, right? So we're headed, you see my Christmas tree behind me. We're headed into the holidays. We're headed into Jesus' birthday. We're headed into the life of Christ. A lot of conversation around keeping Christ in Christmas. Really important to know that the Gospels that document the life of Christ, when did they show up? So Mark is the earliest Gospel. There's no record of Jesus' birth in Mark. Mark actually does the least when it comes to Jesus' birth and really emphasizes the divinity of Christ. The earliest writings in the Bible, which come from Paul, are the earliest established manuscripts come from Paul, also don't mention Jesus' birth ever, and Jesus was likely born in Nazareth, and we'll get back to that as we break down the Nativity. So the order of the Gospels as they appeared, Mark was written between 60 and 70 CE, so about 35 to 45 years after the death of Christ. Matthew and Luke show up in 80 to 85 CE. Luke chapters 1 and 2 were likely later added to Luke. We're going to dive a little bit more into that, but those first two chapters of Luke were likely added in the 2nd century. And then John was added, written in 90 to 95 CE, right around the time of the book of Revelation. These were not written by disciples of Christ. These were men that were likely mentored or served under disciples. All of these men were literate. They could write and understand Greek, which Jesus' disciples could not. They were mostly illiterate. So these were somehow tangentially either heard the stories, worked under the apostles. We don't know for sure who these men are. Who was believed to be an apprentice of Paul. But we do not have a clear understanding of who Matthew was, who Mark was, and who John is. But it's not John the Apostle. John would have passed away by 90. I'm sorry. So let's talk about early Christians. So this is really 1st and 2nd century Christians for the most part. They did celebrate Christmas. What their celebration was Passover and Easter. That was really where they focused on. They were focusing on Passover. They were focusing on the resurrection of Christ. Some early Christian voices consider birthday celebrations to be a pagan ritual. The earliest evidence that we have that we can confirm we're celebrating the birth of Christ on December 25th comes from Rome. So it came when Christianity and Roman culture were starting to merge. After Christianity became the imperial religion of Rome after Constantine, it now became this December 25th celebration. We are not 100% sure why. There is some claims that certain Christians tried to calculate when Jesus was probably conceived to when he was probably born, and that's the day that it came in with. My belief is that it has something to do with Sol Invictus, which is the birthday of the unconquered sun. This was already a pagan celebration in Rome. It was celebrated on December 25th. It kind of allowed for the new imperial religion to just assimilate the holidays around it, make it easier for the culture to adapt. And again, there's an argument that there was a possible calculation involved, and there's an argument that it's directly related to the Roman celebration on December 25th. In the 4th century, we get John Chrysostom. I have such a hard time with his name. John Chrysostom, who promoted and argued that December 25th in the Greek was an important date, and this is the evidence that we see people actually arguing that this should be the established birth of Christ. So he was making an argument, justifying it, establishing it into church culture and church doctrine. So we know from this that even in the 4th century, this was not accepted widely by Christians. It wasn't accepted by everyone, but it was celebrated in certain regions and kind of expanded outward from Rome. All right, so we're going to dive in. We're going to dive into the Virgin Mary. We're going to talk about a lot of things. I'm really excited about this lesson. Again, what I love about teaching these is they're mostly just a history lesson. We talk about scripture as it relates to language. We talk a lot about history. So the big thing here is going to be Isaiah 7:14. So let's talk about Isaiah first, written by the prophet Isaiah. It's in the middle of the 8th century BCE, and the current king is the Judahite king Ahaz. So Israel and Judah are two separate kingdoms. Isaiah is writing this book and prophesying in chapter 7 to King Ahaz, who leads the people of Judah. The kings of Aram and the kings of Israel, the nation of Israel, are allied together to take over Jerusalem, which is in Judah, but they're failing to do so. Isaiah is sent to comfort Ahaz and let him know that Jerusalem is not going to fall. Jerusalem's not going to fall. So we're going to go to Isaiah 7:14. This is on page 960 if you're using the SBO, but I'm going to read it out of the NIV first. So you're going to hear two different versions of this, and you're going to hear the difference. So Isaiah 7:14 from the NIV says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. The virgin will be with call him Emmanuel. That's from the NIV. From the SBL, it says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. The young woman is with child and shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. Hear the difference? The NIV, as well as the King James, say virgin. Virgin shall conceive. The SBL says the young woman is with child. It's a huge translation difference. And remember that the SBL is the most scholarly, accurate English translation we have. Virgin was changed, or virgin versus young woman. The Hebrew word is alma, which just means young woman. She's a young woman of marriageable age. It has no reference to her marital status or if she is or is not a virgin. The will conceive versus is pregnant or will become pregnant. There's no verb in Hebrew. It's just an adjective that describes being pregnant. So in the SBL, it says is with child. So it could be she's pregnant right now, or she's in the process of becoming. The Hebrew is not saying will conceive. This describes a pregnancy that is already underway. She is already pregnant. She is a young woman of marriageable age. She is already pregnant. But the Hebrew changed between the Old Testament Hebrew Bible and then what we ended up with, especially in Matthew later on. Why was this changed? Let's go to Isaiah 7:16. Expound on this, so just a couple verses down. It also says, for before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread is certain. So, again, we're back to the present. 7:14 says the young woman is with child. And then what Isaiah says, before this kid is old enough to know right versus wrong, the two kings against King Ahaz, so this is the kings of Aram and Israel, will be gone. The kings of Aram and Israel would be destroyed by the Assyrians in 722 BCE. Isaiah was talking about something that was happening in that moment, at that time, in the kingdom of Ahaz, addressing his fear that Jerusalem would collapse. This was not a futuristic messianic prophecy. It was a sign specifically to King Ahaz that his enemies would be destroyed. And then in 722 BCE, those enemies were in fact destroyed. The second thing we see here is we've got this idea of we're going to name the child Emmanuel, which means God with us. So presumably, if Ahaz had been able to find this child from this woman who was already pregnant, he would have found him to be named Emmanuel. Jesus is never given that name. And we're going to talk about how Matthew kind of reconciles that prophecy, how he modernizes it and updates the fact that Jesus was never called him in. The idea of a virgin Messiah did not exist in early Christianity. This is not what they believed. And so we're going to go to the earliest documentation of this idea of virgin birth, the Virgin Mary, and we're going to go to Matthew 1, verses 18 and 19, which is on page 1744. We're going to live a lot in Matthew today. So maybe a second, just to get there, we're going to go to 1744. All right, now the birth of Jesus the Messiah took place this way. When his mother Mary had been engaged to Joseph, but before they lived together, she was found to be pregnant by the Holy Spirit. Her husband Joseph, being a righteous man and unwilling to expose her to public disgrace, planned to divorce her quietly. So here we have this first idea of she become pregnant by supernatural means. And when you read this and you're like, wait a minute, Joseph and Mary are engaged, but he plans to divorce her. In ancient law, if a woman was betrothed, you were functionally married. You belonged to that new man. And we see this in Old Testament law around sexual assault. If you assaulted a young woman who was not engaged, you had to pay a fine to her father, and then you were forced to marry her. If you assaulted a woman who was engaged, the fine was then paid to the man, to her future husband, because you had stolen his property. Sexual assault in the Old Testament is not a crime against the women, it's a property crime against men, which is one of the ways we have to let the Bible be messy. We have to let it be what it is. It reflects its ancient culture, which is why we can learn from it, we can gain valuable insights from it, but also understand that there's some things that are pretty messed up, pretty fucked up. So then we see this more clearly in Luke 1, 26 through 68. And yes, it's going to be the first Bible study you've probably ever been to that you hear your teacher curse a little bit. We're going to go to page 1834. I'm sorry, I didn't put the page down on there. We're going to start in verse 26. In the 6th month, the angel of Gabriel was sent by God to the town of Galilee called Nazareth, to a virgin engaged to a man named Joseph, and of the house of David. The virgin's name was Mary. And he came to her and said, "Greetings, favored one, the Lord is with you." But she was much perplexed by his words and pondered what sort of greeting this might be. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this Gabriel appears to Mary. He says, you're going to be with a child supernaturally. God's going to make you pregnant, and this is what's going to happen. You're going to give birth to a Savior. And what's interesting here we see the repeated emphasis of virginity. Gabriel brings it up, and then she says, well, how can this happen? I'm still a virgin. And then Gabriel reemphasizes, it's going to happen, even though you're a virgin. There's a lot of virginity emphasis here in Luke, and we're going to get into why it's really important to Matthew and Luke to do this. But what's interesting about this is it's one of the only times in the Bible that consent was required. Because in verse 38, Mary said, here am I, the servant of the Lord, let it be with me according to your word, and then be departed. It wasn't until she said yes that it was allowed to happen, even in this state. And we don't know why Luke did that, especially in a culture where consent wasn't a thing. That's not part of the ancient sexual ethic. I personally just find that very, very interesting that he included that. It's very unique to this written story. So how did this change happen? How did we go from the young woman is pregnant to the virgin shall conceive? And we have these two very different things where we have the prophecy for King Ahaz that happens in King Ahaz's lifetime. It comes true, his enemies fall. How does it get changed for Jesus? This happens in the Septuagint. So the Septuagint is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. When Alexander the Great takes over the region, they start to translate a lot of their ancient texts into Greek because people like the Jews are being forced to read and write in Greek. So in order to maintain their spiritual texts, they translate them into Greek. And this includes the Apocrypha. So if you have the SBL Study Bible, this includes the Apocryphal books, which are part of the original Catholic Bible, the original canon. Those books were later removed by Martin Luther. But the Septuagint is the original Hebrew Bible that includes those Apocryphal books translated from Hebrew to Greek. And they made some small, very small, and somewhat innocent changes that would have a huge impact in the way the translation was read later. So in Matthew 1:23, it quotes the Septuagint's translation of Isaiah 7:14. So I'm going to read Matthew 1:23. Once again, you don't have to flip back there. We're going to go back to this first one. And this is where Matthew writes, look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel. He's quoting the Septuagint. He's quoting the Greek version. He's not quoting the Hebrew version. And when it was translated into Greek, Alma, which means young woman, became Panthenos, which can mean specifically virgin. The word change made all the difference in the world. And a note here about conception is that many young women of the time were virgins until they conceived. Like, it was not unheard of for a woman to get pregnant the very first time she ever had intimacy. That was not uncommon. So there wasn't any kind of detail that she had never had sex or that it would be a supernatural birth, but simply that at her first encounter, she would have conception. So we don't know the translator's intent, but it doesn't seem to be the Septuagint's translator's intention to say that she would be giving birth as a virgin, simply that she would conceive as a virgin. The Greek was rendered also to change will become pregnant instead of is pregnant. So instead of the Hebrew saying she's already pregnant, the baby's on the way, the Greek said she will conceive, she will become pregnant, making it more culturally relevant. It really seems that the Septuagint authors were trying to modernize Isaiah a little bit. They were trying to make it more relevant to what the Jews were feeling under the oppression of the Greeks in the Hellenistic period. And so they modernized its language just slightly, very small changes that allowed for much bigger changes later on. So the verse changes from the woman naming the child in Hebrew, because in Isaiah 7:14 in both the NIV and the SBL, it's the woman who names the child. And it goes from her naming the child to you will call him Emmanuel in the Septuagint. So it moves from mom names him this, and that's going to be the sign that he is the sign to King Ahaz. It becomes you will call him Emmanuel. We don't know who you is meant to be. It could be the king. It could be Ahaz is going to call him Emmanuel. But then Matthew changes it to they. If you look at verse 23, it says, they shall call him Emmanuel. And we don't know who the proverbial they is. What scholars believe Matthew is doing here is he has to make Isaiah 7:14 work. He has to make it work. He wants to prove divinity of Christ. That's his goal here. Because Matthew and Luke start to develop as people have more questions about where Jesus came from in the first place. So Matthew and Luke are incentivized to make a story that creates divinity for Jesus. He needs a special birth. Matthew is trying to make Isaiah 7:14 work. And so therefore, he has to be able to justify why is he named Jesus and not Emmanuel. And so he changes it to they, as in people now, people in the future, will call him Emmanuel. Again, let's pop back to Mark for just a second. Earliest gospel, there's no talk of Jesus' birth. Again, Paul's earliest writings in the New Testament are Paul. He doesn't mention it either. Mark treats Jesus as a human who was anointed as Messiah at his baptism. So Mark's way of communicating this is that at his baptism, Jesus is chosen to be the new Messiah. And Mark doesn't feel the need to link him to the lineage of King David. Doesn't feel the need to prove that. But as Christianity spread, again, we need more lore. We need more story about Jesus' origin. How do we know he's God? How do we show a little bit more that he is truly divine instead of a man? How do we make this argument? They participated in what was a miraculous birth borrowed from Roman traditions. So in Roman mythology, divine humans, which would be heroes, demigods, deified rulers, typically arose through some kind of direct sexual union between a god and a mortal woman. They arose miraculous impregnation or a divine power, a sign, or a metamorphosis, posthumous dedication of an exceptional human. So these were all very, very, common myths and lore that were used to identify a deified human being. And we'll give an example of that. Romulus, who's the founder of Rome, he's a deity, a demigod. You can think of this if you've ever seen the Disney's Hercules. Hercules would kind of be this deified special bird, even though he becomes mortal. So the divine agent here is Mars, the Roman god of war. His mortal mother's name is Rhea Silvia. She's a Vestal virgin, of course. The miraculous element is that Rhea Silvia claims Mars impregnates her. The twins survive exposure and are nursed by a she-wolf, which is a really great origin story for a warrior ruler. Really great. And the outcome is that Romulus becomes Rome's founder. He's later deified and worshipped as the god Meridius. This is what we call exaltation Christianity. Jesus was exalted from mortal man to divine position, and this later was exalted even further by introducing the doctrine of the Trinity as a church doctrine after the Council of Nicaea when Constantine really took over Christendom. And we got to talk about sex and people's opinion of sex. They just were not fans. They were not fans. The first century Jews were heavily influenced by Hellenistic period Greek philosophy around sex, specifically the Stoics and Platonism. So Platonism believed that sex belongs to the appetite of your soul finds its lowest level, your hunger, your yearning. It's a base instinct, and it distracted you from higher esoteric intellectual contemplation of forms and truth. Sex in Platonism was only tolerated for procreation and civil stability. So when you hear people make an argument that sex should only be for procreation, they're not getting that from the Bible. They're getting that from the Greeks. The Stoics had a similar belief in that sex was a non-rational impulse. It was dangerous when it overrides reason, which they are wrong there. But they believe it's a base urge. It's not rational. Ew. It's kind of how they approach it. Sex, again, is only for procreation, or what was called prophylactic partnership within marriage. This is the idea of get it out of your system so it doesn't override your thinking skills. This is where we get, I'm going to flip over to 1 Corinthians 7. You can flip over with me. This is where we get, so Paul taught a sexual ethic of celibacy. Paul gets this from Stoicism. And so we're going to read 1 Corinthians 7, 1 through 11, just to demonstrate this point. Now, concerning the matters about which he wrote, it is good for man not to touch a woman. But because of cases of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife, and each woman her own husband. The husband should give to the wife what is due her, and likewise the wife to her husband. For the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does. Do not deprive one another, except by agreements for a set time, to devote yourselves to prayer, and then come together again, so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. This I say by way of concession, not of a command. I wish that all were as I am. But each has a particular gift from God, one having one kind, and another a different kind. To the unmarried and to the widows, I say that it is good for them to remain unmarried as I am. But if you are not practicing self-control, they should marry, for it is better to marry than flame with passion. To the married I give this command, not I, but the Lord, that the wife should not separate from her husband, but if she does separate, let her remain unmarried, or else be reconciled to her husband, and the husband should not divorce his wife. So Paul is saying, be celibate if you can. Don't do this. Don't engage with this. It's a distraction for you. But if you can't control it, then get married. Have sex only when you have to have it to control your lust, and then abstain. That was the sexual ethic of Paul. Again, it's interesting, that's never taught in church. But that was Paul's sexual ethic. Sex was seen as unseemly, and it was opposed to the sanctity of the divine. So as they're participating in exaltation Christianity, they have to remove Jesus from sex. They have to pull it away from him. No, that's not for God. Ew. And this comes out more. We're going to talk about some pseudepigraphal text later that emphasize this even more. We got to pull Jesus away from him. So Jesus not being the result of nasty sex ratchets up his divinity. He's more divine. He's more pulled away from the base urges of the flesh. We're going to go to Matthew 22, verse 30. This is page 1777. Losing my mind. Here we go. I even have sticky notes. 1777, we're just going to read verse 30. This is Paul, or it's not Paul. Matthew here is asserting that heaven is going to be asexual as a characteristic of its divinity. For he says, for in the resurrection, people will neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels of God in heaven. No sexy time. No sexy time. Ew, gross, it's dirty. God can't have that. The angels of heaven can't have that. In order for humans to be more like God, we have to have no sex, which is why in Matthew 19, so you can flip a couple pages back, you don't have to read this, when Jesus mentions eunuchs, when he actually blessed the eunuchs, which is the closest we have to a good discussion about trans people. Eunuchs are not the same, but they're people that were genitally altered in some form. But when Jesus says, for there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of God. Let anyone accept this who can. The most pious who made themselves the same of God will make themselves eunuchs for God. They're not going to participate in sexual activity or these sexualized norms. They're not going to participate in marriage. And in many cases, there were several communities that participated in either voluntary celibacy, or there were cults from Tarsus, where Paul was from, that actually participated in self-castration to really drive the point home, really show their commitment to not falling to this base urge. And Christina, I see your question about where the answers are going to show. I'm going to answer questions at the very, very end. So you won't see those just yet. And then let's go into the nativity. So for the rest of this, for the most part, we got a couple other verses in the Old Testament, but we're really going to stay in Luke 1 and 2, and a little bit more we might pop back to Matthew. So Luke chapter 1 and 2 are later additions to the original Luke. They're believed to be added in the 2nd century. The Greek from 1 verse 5 to 252 is a totally different style of Greek conversationally. The phrasing is different than from the rest of the book. The rest of the book matches. The rest of the book looks like it was designed. It was written by the same person. These two chapters stand in stark contrast to that. Luke is a historical narrative, and historical narratives of the time, ancient historical narrative, is traditional in its starting point if it was Luke 3. Luke 3 is a traditional starting point for this type of ancient narrative that identifies the time and the place for the events that it's going to narrate, and it highlights important figures. We have some timing and historical problems between Matthew and Luke coming up here. So let's go to Matthew 2, verse 1. In the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, Magi came from the east to Jerusalem asking, where is the child who has been born King of the Jews? So keep that in mind. King Herod, Magi coming from the east. Let's go over some Luke chapter 1, verse 5. Which is on page 1833. It says the same thing here. In the days of King Herod of Judea, there was a priest named Zechariah who belonged to the priestly order of Abijah. His wife was descended from the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. So, we have this thing about King Herod. King Herod was dead already. King Herod died in 4 BCE, 4 years, or in Luke's position, 10 years before these events are supposed to take place. So we have a little bit of a historical timing issue. King Herod was a famous name, however, which is probably why he was used, but he was already deceased at this time, and he may have died earlier than 4 BCE. 4 BCE is what we can pretty firmly establish. Let's go to Luke 2, verse 2. All right, I'm just going to start at verse 1. So this is on page 1836. It says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. Okay, so we've got King Herod. Now the census takes place during Quirinius. Quirinius was governor from 6 to 12 CE. So this is a full 10 years after Herod's death, 10 years or more, 10 to 15 years. So we have a timing issue. Okay, this because Quirinius can't be sending this if King Herod is still the king. King Herod can't be actively participating in the story of Christ if he's already passed away. Herod had already died, and there's no historical document of the children's slaughter from Matthew. Historians existed during this time, the most famous being Josephus, very, very popular historian for the early 1st century. There is no documentation in any external source anywhere that Herod came and killed all the children under 2. And that would have been something people would have reported, especially in oppressed people who are angry at the regime, who want to overthrow it. They are going to record the sins that are committed, especially the slaughter of innocent children. There's no documentation of that whatsoever. The only place that occurs is in the book of Matthew, because even Luke doesn't document that. I'm going to check one thing. But in the Gospels. Yeah. So, because even in Luke, Jesus doesn't flee to Egypt. That only happens in Matthew. It's the only place that this is documented. The second problem we have is with the census. So it says in Luke chapter 2, this was the first registration was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. A census is for tax purposes. So in order to know how to tax a city or a region, you have to know who lives and works there. Right? You're not going to send them to a place they don't live, their place of origin. You would have useless data. Your tax records would be all off. What if they were from a township or a city that was fairly new compared to Jerusalem? Jerusalem's going to be asked to pay way more taxes because way more people show up because they are from there or their family line is from there versus where they live. A census is always taken, and all of the censuses in Roman history were always taken of who lived and worked in each city and region at the time. So that also doesn't make sense. But again, especially for Matthew and Luke, they're using this Septuagint translation. They have to get Jesus to Bethlehem out of Nazareth, and this census is how they do that. Wish my screen would change. That would be cool. Here we go. Let's talk a little bit more about the Nativity. Let's go back to Luke 1, verse 7. I think I have the wrong... Hang on. Sorry, it should be 2 verse 7. That's a typo, and I will fix that. Laura, will you make a note for me to fix that typo? That should be 2 verse 7. It says that she gave birth to her firstborn son and wrapped him in bands of cloths and laid him in a manger because there was no place for them in the guest room. So the actual word there is guest room, not in. The word is kapaluma. It's the same word used to describe the upper room where Jesus held the Last Supper. So this is not, they're not in a cave, they're not in a stable, they're not in an inn. They are in part of the house, which we're going to specifically go into. Let's flip over. I'm just going to flip over really quick. No, I'm not going to read that. Sorry. I'm like bouncing between my notes and these questions. Luke 10:34, which is the Good Samaritan, uses the word that means in. It's a different word than kakaluma. Kakaluma just means a room within the house. The manger is a feeding trough, and it's likely the birthplace was the large main room of the farmhouse that fed the farm animals on the side. So you see this diagram here. This is a traditional ancient house in the 1st century. It was called a 4-room house or a pillar house. And the way that it was set up is you would have an external courtyard. And on the outer portion of this courtyard, for cutting into the house, would be somewhat of a shed almost for the animals to have protection. Your animals would be right there in your house. The opposite side would have the kitchen. So you can grab eggs from your chickens, you can throw milk, and you can walk right over. and then you would go upstairs to get into the living quarters, which would be where people would eat, where they could sleep, and then there would be a rooftop portion as well. This is how houses were built back then. This was the common architectural type. So when they say guest room or the room, they mean the sleeping quarters upstairs. So when it says there was no room for them in the guest room, there was too many people upstairs with this family. She gives birth down outside in this photo where you can see the little animals were. She gives birth out in this area where the animals, the big main area where the animals are being housed. So it's a very good point, Melissa. If he was born today, he'd be born in the garage. It's kind of the location of the home, correct? Of the created home. All right, let's pop back to Matthew 2. And I'm not going to read this whole thing because I want to make sure that I save time at the end for questions, and some of these passages are kind of long. But I'm going to flip over to it myself for just referencing if I need to. So we have, this is where we really talk about the visit of the Magi. So we're going to address the Magi. Matthew's not writing a neutral historical birth narrative. Okay, there is intent here. Matthew has intent, as does Luke, but he's making Jewish scriptural fulfillment stories. So he is reaching, we've already addressed that Isaiah 7:14 was not about a future Messiah. It was specifically for King Ahaz. But Matthew needs to create, again, he's participating in exalted Christology. He's creating a story that matches what he can now justify retroactively. So we have King Herod, who should be passed away already in Matthew 2, because again, it says, in the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem. Herod's been dead for 4 years. Herod's not ruling anymore. Magi in this text, they're not kings. That is not scriptural, not based on the Hebrew. That appears nowhere. They were astrologers. So you can think of this as, witches. Burn the witch. They were astrologers. They were diviners, dream interpreters, ritual specialists associated with Persia and Babylon is where this comes from. This is what the word means. They were not wise men. They were not kings. 3 kings was added later, was only taken from the number of gifts they brought, and it was added to the lore of the Nativity in the 3rd to 6th century. They are never referred to as the 3 kings until the 3rd to 6th century. And then they also retroactively grabbed Psalm 72 and Isaiah 60 to create a narrative around these kings that didn't exist before. So specifically astrologers, which is what they were, which is why the star is mentioned. Astrologers were seen negatively in Jewish culture, which again, it's interesting. So Herod's already passed away. We have no record of children being slaughtered by anyone ever at any place. We also have no record of these astrologers showing up, which would have been noticeable to the Jews. It was condemned in Jewish law in Deuteronomy 18, and first century Jews would have seen these men as pagan, foreign, and dangerous. They would have been noticed. It would have been something that people took note of. Matthew instead is making a deliberate choice to symbolize that Gentile astrologers recognize the king and the Jerusalem elites do not. So Matthew is specifically making this choice that not only are Gentiles going to be welcome into this new fold, but he's kind of foreshadowing what's going to happen to Christ later on. The star was an astrological symbol or an omen, not a literal event. In ancient astrology, stars signified the birth of rulers and leaders. We find this in lore around significant leaders, people who would later be deified, demigods. It was a signification of a birth of a significant person. The star rising in the east is horoscope language. It's astrologer language. So these are not wise men. These are not kings from a foreign land. They're astrologers that are showing up. And again, it would have been very notable to Jewish communities because they would have perceived them the way that you see fundamentalists address witchcraft. They would have had that kind of visceral response, get away from me, Satan, kind of a thing. That's how this would have been perceived. So it's really worth noting. Herod can't be alive then; he's already passed away. Again, we don't have a record of any slaughter of children. That absolutely would have been recorded by at least Josephus, and the Magi were astrologers. All right, so Matthew creates this narrative that is counter to the empire. So all of the hope and much of the prophecies that we're going to see get tied into Jesus' origin story are from people who wanted hope against empire, people who wanted to see their oppression mattered. They wanted to see justice, and all of us would. And if you didn't see the Bible study on hell, our idea of hell, what we understand hell to be, is not from the Hebrew Bible at all, and it barely exists in the New Testament. That comes from the response of the Hellenistic period to Greek oppression. They started to question, if these people are so successful and so harmful in this life, they must get punishment after death. There has to be punishment after death. That has to be what justice looks like. In the Hebrew Bible, when you die, everybody goes to the same place. So we see this all changing. They're pushing back against empire. They want to see justice. They want to see redemption for their oppression. So Matthew's also condemning local power by using Herod and his violence. He's also condemning, in a way, the Jerusalem elites. He's echoing Moses, right? The death of these children is very, very similar to the plagues of Egypt, but the Savior child escapes. And he's also reversing expectations. He's using this literature tool that pagan astrologers are the ones showing insight, and the religious elites are the ones ignoring it. So, and also, again, with the Magi, because I see a little bit of confusion about, he's writing about astrologers. We also have no verifiable evidence that they existed, other than being used as a literary tool by Matthew. So let's get to Matthew 2, 13 through 15. And this is going to be on page 1745. Oh, I was right here. Where am I going? I'm right here. Now, after they had left, they being the Magi, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream and said, "Get up, take the child and his mother, and flee to Egypt, and remain there until I tell you, for Herod is about to search for the child to destroy him." Then Joseph got up, took the child and his mother by night, and went to Egypt, and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." Again, Herod's already passed away. But this is how Matthew's writing it. Matthew is grabbing on to a known figure, a known oppressive ruler, and he's inserted him here even though he's not alive at this point. So we're going to go, this is one of the Old Testament verses we're going to go to. We're going to go to Hosea 11, verse 1. And this is on page 1231. This is where we get, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." So it says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I have called my son." Hosea 11 is specifically talking about Exodus. It's talking about Israel, the nation, being called out, being called into redemption. That's what, and the rest of this chapter, Hosea is specifically talking about the nation of Israel. But this is another way that Matthew reaches back and he adds a layer of divinity to Christ's story. He has to get him in and out of Egypt. Hence the creation of the story of Herod, the death of the children, getting him in Egypt. He's got him to Bethlehem now, which we're going to cover. But now, because people who knew Jesus or who lived in that time knew him as a Nazarene, they knew Jesus and his family lived in Nazareth. So Matthew has to bring it full circle and connect it to Nazareth. Let's go to Matthew 2, verse 23. On 1746, they come back from Egypt, and he says, "There he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene." So now Matthew has checked all the boxes. Matthew had to include what people actually called Jesus. They called him Jesus of Nazareth. There's no Old Testament passage that makes this a prophecy. Matthew is specifically referring to the people in real time calling him a Nazarene while he was alive. It does not allude to the Messianic or Holy Line of David either. The Nazarenes were part of the Messianic or Holy Line, so there's a little bit of Davidic tie in there, but this is how Jesus was known by people. And so Matthew has to include that. He has to, if he's in Bethlehem and people are like, "Wait, I didn't know Jesus and his family were from Bethlehem. Didn't they live in Nazareth?" Matthew has now explained all the questions. And then when we see Luke, we've got differences between the stories in Luke and Matthew. Luke doesn't include the Magi or the Herodic slaughter, but it's not in there. And in fact, the birth takes place again 10 years after Herod's death. In the timeline with Matthew, if Herod were alive, Jesus would have had to have been born in 6 BCE or earlier. And in Luke's story, he has to be born in 6 CE or later. So we have a very big window here where the timelines aren't adding up based on who's ruling and when Jesus was supposed to be born. Let's go to Luke 2, verses 8 through 15. This is on page 1837. This is where Luke differs from Matthew. Luke brings in the shepherds. Now in that same region, there were shepherds living in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night. Then an angel of the Lord stood before him, and the glory of the Lord shone around them. They were terrified. The angel said to them, "Do not be afraid, for see, I am bringing you good news of great joy for all people. To you is born in this day in the city of David a Savior who is the Messiah, the Lord. This will be the sign for you. You will find a child wrapped in bands of cloths and lying in a manger." And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of heavenly hosts, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest heaven, and on earth peace among those whom he favors." When the angels had left them and gone into heaven, the shepherds said to one another, Let us now go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has taken place, which the Lord has made known to us. So here we have scholars are like, this is about vibes. Luke is creating vibes here. There's no ancient Hebrew text. There's no prophecy involving shepherds. Luke seems to be trying to connect Jesus to David a little more strongly. David was a shepherd, and also as a protest to Rome. It wasn't to the elites this message was going, it was going to the poor. So Matthew invokes that using pagans that come in. Luke invokes it using shepherds. Savior is a word that is rarely used in the gospel. This is one of the very few times it ever occurs. But Savior was the common term that would refer to the Roman emperor. So what Luke is saying is that our Savior, not your Savior, has come. It's going to redeem us from your empire. This seems to be Luke's pushback against Roman propaganda that depicted the leader of Rome as a savior. Peace is also a comparison against imperial propaganda. Rome, much like Nazi Germany, had this whole thing of, if you just follow what we say, we're going to bring peace and stability and freedom and a great economy. And they broke their promises. What they brought was oppression and prejudice. And so what Luke is doing is he's using peace. He's taking that promise that Rome broke, and he's putting it up and saying God's going to keep this promise for us. And again, in Luke 2, verse 39, we'll just jump across the page. When they had finished everything required by the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee to their own town of Nazareth, and the child grew and became strong and was filled with wisdom, and favor was upon him. So we bring him back to Nazareth. Both Matthew and Luke have to answer why Jesus ended in Nazareth. But for the story of Luke, because Luke never takes him to Egypt, and there's no childhood slaughter, Jesus ends up going back to Nazareth within his first month of life. So we also have an age difference there. He wouldn't have come to Nazareth in Matthew's account until he was about 4. In Luke, he's still an infant. And so again, Luke has to get him back to where people say that he's from. So why Bethlehem? Right? They're doing a lot of maneuvering. A census that doesn't make sense. Rulers that are dead. Timing's weird. Why this push to Bethlehem? This is another way that they reached back into the Hebrew Bible, pulled forward a prophecy to kind of, again, they're adding layers of divinity. They're really adding to the lore. We're going to go to Micah 5:2. And I'm sorry, I did not include the page. It's on 1269 if you're using the SBL study Bible. And again, this is also the New Revised Standard Updated Edition. It's so good. The more I read, I'm reading the apocryphal books. Oh, it's so good. It's great to have a new book to highlight, just like mine. In Micah 5, verse 2, it says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, you who are little in the clans of Judah, from you shall come forth from me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from the ancient days." Like, okay, so let's dive in. Let's see what Micah's talking about. This is not about a future ruler. It's the same thing in Isaiah. It's not about some future distant, mysterious. It's about appointed salvation from the current Assyrian threat. The prophets are addressing threats of their era. And we see this because if we go down to verse 5, it says, "And he shall be the one of peace. If the Assyrians come into our land and tread upon our soil, we will raise against them 7 shepherds and 8 rulers. They shall rule the land of Assyria and with the sword, and the land of Nimrod with drawn swords. They shall rescue us from the Assyrians if they come into our land or tread within our border." He's specifically talking about a ruler who will arise to protect the nation of Israel from Assyria. Bethlehem is simply significant to the Jews in the prophetic time. So this is during the Hellenistic period. They're facing a lot of oppression. There's different kingdoms in rapid succession before they get taken over by the Greeks. Bethlehem is significant because it makes them think of King David. It's this Davidic restoration hope that the line of David is going to come back, that they're going to have their independence, that they're going to be able to push back their oppressors. And it refers to a Davidic dynasty, not divine incarnation. This is not talking about a virgin birth. That's not what he's referencing. He's referencing that someone within David's line is going to protect them against the Assyrians. So we see these changes happen in the Maccabean period. Now, if you're not familiar with the word Maccabee, that comes from, there's 2 books in the Apocrypha, so it's included in this SBL, of 1st and 2nd Maccabees. And the Maccabean period, they're fighting back against the Greeks. So this is during Greeks are taking over the world. They're fighting back against the Greeks while experiencing religious persecution, temple desecration, and forced Hellenization. And Hellenization just means that the Greeks were forcefully coming in and imposing their culture. They were making people speak and read in Greek. They were making them follow Greek customs. This is what's happening in the Maccabean period. The Jews are resisting this forced Hellenization. What they did during this time, they looked back at Micah and read Assyria as kind of a coded stand-in, the same way that Revelation uses Babylon to represent Rome. They read Assyria. It's like how we in 2025 can read a passage of scripture or hear a song that was released 50 years ago and say, oh, that means so much to me. It makes me think of this, and this in my life. This is a very normal human consumption of art. This is not faulting them in any way. They read this, which was talking about Assyria, and they said, oh, there's going to be redemption just like from the Greeks. They started to adopt it as a stand-in. Micah's language becomes a template for hope. So no matter who the oppressor is, God's going to bring this hero back. God's going to end this oppression sometime in the future. A great deliverer raised by God in Christ that will bring foreign empire back. And this is applied whenever Israel is facing domination, no matter who it's from. These verses get applied. Assyria becomes a stand-in. Babylon becomes a stand-in. The Greeks become a stand-in. And it continues to change throughout history as they hold on to that hope. But Micah himself was not doing that. Micah was specifically talking about the Assyrians. Matthew takes this text, he breathes it in time into one single messianic fulfillment that was found in Jesus. But it's Micah that Matthew pulled from in order to create the connection between David and the connection to Bethlehem, which is why they needed that census to take his family out of Nazareth and get him into Bethlehem so that they could make that work. And then let's talk a little bit about nativity imagery. So you have probably seen nativities where they're all in a cave. You've probably seen pictures or paintings where Mary's depicted riding on a donkey. I remember seeing like biblical cartoons when I was growing up, and Mary's always on a donkey, where it makes sense. It's a 90-mile trek from Nazareth to Bethlehem. She's supposed to be very pregnant. She's not walking that. This all comes from what's called the Proto-Evangelium of James. This is an apocryphal, non-canon 2nd century text that expands on the story of Mary and Jesus' birth. It's purported to be written by the brother of James, but it's pseudepigraphal. We don't know who wrote it. And it attempts to fill in the narrative gaps in Matthew and Luke and explain it a little bit more, add on a little bit more divinity. And so it's answering those questions about birth accounts. The Proto-Evangelium of James originated the same way that the alphabet of Ben Sura, which has the legend of Lilith, originated. Because the legend of Lilith originated to try to explain the contradictions between Genesis 1 and 2. They're different creation stories. The creation order is different. In Genesis 1, men and women are created at the same time. In Genesis 2, women are created second from a rib. So in order to answer those questions and negotiate that conflict, they created the legend of Lilith, who was Adam's first wife, who refused to take a sexually subservient position to him and then left the Garden of Eden and was later demonized and turned into kind of a dark demonic succubus figure. But she was created to explain this contradiction. The Proto-Evangelium of James was created to explain questions and conflicts that people had with the Matthew and Luke narratives. So the Proto-Evangelium heavily emphasizes Mary's virginity. In the Proto-Evangelium, she stays a virgin forever. She never has sex. So not only is Jesus removed from the nastiness of sex, right? Like sex didn't cause him to be born. He never participates in sex in his life. His mother never does either. This is where this heavily influenced Catholic tradition. This is prayers to the Virgin Mary, Mother Mary, because she stayed an eternal virgin. Within the Proto-Evangelium, Mary is raised in the temple with other virgins, and she practices sacred weaving. Jesus' brothers come from a previous marriage that Joseph had. Joseph is depicted as an elderly widower. So Jesus' siblings, because we want to keep Mary a virgin, Jesus has siblings, but they come from Joseph's previous marriage. This is where we get nativity depictions where Jesus is born in a cave. This specifically comes from the Proto-Evangelium and was heavily adopted by Eastern and Byzantine traditions. There is no cave or stable mentioned anywhere in the gospel traditions. This all comes from the Proto-Evangelium. And then we have Mary rides to Bethlehem on a donkey. She never shows up on a donkey in the Gospels. It comes from the Proto-Evangelium, which didn't make canon. It didn't get into the Bible. It wasn't considered a worthy enough text. And again, there's also historical and authorship issues with it. And it was written in the 2nd century, over 100 years after Jesus' death. In the story, we also have Salome the midwife, who serves as a witness to the birth. So she witnesses this miraculous birth. She physically examines Mary to make sure she's a virgin. Her hand withers as punishment. but she's restored to health in her hand by touching the baby Jesus. Also, they have a little magic in here. Time freezes at Jesus' birth. So people freeze in time, motion stops, sound stops. And this was also based on Greco-Roman miracle legends that when a miracle would occur, time would temporarily freeze. So here's what we know. Jesus was born in Nazareth, most likely. Like, very, very unreasonable to believe that they trekked all the way to Bethlehem for a census that didn't make sense. And a census that is not in Roman record either. So that census, Romans kept very good records. And they had historians that were working full time to preserve the history of their great nation. There's no record of this census. There is under Quirinius, but he did not have people relocate to different cities. They gave their census where they lived. There's no verifiable evidence for a virgin birth. That Herod was alive, Herod's dead. The childhood massacre, the Magi, the shepherds, or going to Egypt. These were used to create a divine narrative for Christ to tie him to the Hebrew Bible as the David Messianic Messiah. Mark, the earliest gospel, and Paul's earliest work, that are the earliest work in the New Testament in the 50s CE, contain no mention of Jesus' birth or effort to elevate his divinity in any way. They focus on his teachings. They focus on what he did. They focus on his miracles. The Old Testament prophecies were actually related to end-time events. Isaiah 7:14 is specifically to King Ahaz facing the kings of Aram and Israel. Hosea is talking about the nation of Israel and their exodus out of Egypt. Micah is talking about their battle with the Assyrians. So, here's the question. So now we know that. We have a lot more historical context. We understand how they were using literary tools to answer these questions about Jesus' birth and his origination. Does it matter? What does that change? Because if we look at the Gospel of Mark, right, and so we say, okay, well, Jesus was anointed by God at his baptism. Does his birth not being from a virgin with magical magi and shepherds and Egypt change his teachings or his role or what he was able to do for the world? I don't think it does. I think they participated in exalted Christology to really drive home his divinity. I don't think that, especially if you're a Christ follower or you love the teachings of Christ, it really doesn't matter because it doesn't change what he did. And we have other contradictions that pop up in the gospel. Matthew, Mark, and Luke have a 1-year ministry. John depicts a 3-year ministry. John also doesn't depict the birth of Christ. He depicts like the origin of the world. He goes big. Does it matter? I don't think that it negates Jesus' ministry at all to say he was born of Nazareth, highly anointed, and, an elevated consciousness person that tried to teach people a better way than the way they were living it. I don't think it takes away from him at all. But we have these things that were put in place to emphasize his divinity that became structured church doctrine, even though they're not verifiable and in many times historically inaccurate. This is also why, after the Council of Nicaea, they forced the Trinity on Christianity. It became part of the Nicene Creed to believe in the Trinity. Sects of Christians did not believe in the Trinity. The Gnostics believed that Jesus was just a man who came to teach people secret teaching to help us elevate and find salvation within ourselves. And the Christian Arians, which is the Arian, not the scary ones, believed that Jesus was divine, but he was below God the Father. They believed that equating Jesus with God the Father was blasphemy. Trinitarians, of course, believed the 3 in 1. The reason it was important to force that as a doctrine was it allowed the newly christened Roman Catholic Church to execute and persecute all of the Christians who didn't agree with them. It also created a pipeline so that when you have 100% divinity, right, and the church is your only access to that, you've now adopted Revelation comes into play, even though it barely makes it into the Bible. You have this newly adopted end times, you have a newly adopted version of hell that doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. It's a great way to keep people in line and to justify your own stance if you claim to be at the church the voice of God. Other fun little Christmas tidbits to take with you next week. These are kind of revolving around they're taking the Christ out of Christmas, which is quite frankly hilarious to me when I hear it. As someone who grew up as a Christian nationalist, I grew up with this all the time, and it brings me great joy. Happy holidays. Holiday comes from the Old English holidag, which means holy day. Holy, sacred day. Prior to 1100, it specifically meant Christian holy days. It wasn't until the 18th and 19th century that it was more widely used for days of rest or recreation. So holiday literally means holy day. And also it's not a pie. Letting someone celebrate Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or Festivus does not take away from your celebration. then don't write Xmas. I used to hear this all the time as a kid. Don't you dare abbreviate that. It comes from the Greek, and it's the original language of the New Testament. Remember that the New Testament was written in Greek. That was the common language then. And it stands for Christos in Greek, meaning anointed one. And because the letter Chi looks like the Latin letter X, early Greek-speaking Christians used X as sacred shorthand for Christ. Because in the ancient world, abbreviations were common for deities because they saw it as disrespectful to say or write the sacred name. So they would have symbols and abbreviations for those names so that they were honoring the name of God. It was considered blasphemy to say it out loud. So that's actually just shorthand. And let's talk about Christmas tree. This is my favorite commercial aspect of the Christmas holidays. So these are pagan. These come from pagan cultures. Pre-Christianity, evergreens symbolize life, endurance, and renewal in the dead months of winter, was seen in Roman Saturnalia, Germanic and Nordic traditions, and Celtic winter rites. These specifically were heavily used in Germanic and Nordic traditions and the Celtic winter rites. This was where they dominantly came from. They were part of the celebration of the pagan winter solstice, which, if you are familiar with paganism, very much reliant on equinoxes, solstices, the changing of seasons, the changing of times. Really beautiful, thoughtful tradition. I love studying ancient paganism. It's just some of the things they did were just so beautiful and so attentive. Then medieval Christianity happens, and they adopt what's called a paradise tree. It's the ancestor of the Christmas tree was decorated with apples and wafers. That's also a type of apples and wagers. They're making bets on the Christmas tree. Apples and wafers in the Germanic traditions to celebrate Adam and Eve's feast day, which was Christmas Eve, December 24th. This emphasized the fall, the promise of redemption, and Christ as the new Adam. And it wasn't until early modern Germany, 16th century, so this is the Protestant Revolution, right? So Protestantism starts in Germany, that they started decorating evergreens with apples, nuts, candles, and paper roses. And then the Strasbourg Christmas market started in 1605. That is the oldest Christmas market in existence. So it's been existing for over 400 years. And that was when these really became a traditional part of Christmas celebrations. It was at first denounced by the Catholic Church because they recognized it as having pagan origins. Eventually globally spread in the 19th century via Queen Victoria in the British Empire. Now we see it everywhere. We even see what's been interesting to me. I was studying great places to go at Christmas in the world. I was just curious. And Japan was a big one. But Japan, until recently, had no Christmas tradition whatsoever. So it's interesting to watch them develop it in their own way, because obviously Christianity is not the dominant religion there. So we're going to do a little Q&A now. I have questions that have been sent to me by our lovely Laura. Please thank her for helping me with this and helping her navigate the chat and the questions. The next study, we're going to take a couple weeks off. It's finishing Wednesday, January 14th at 6 p.m. We're going to talk about the Bible and slavery. It's going to be tough. We're also going to do a lot of historical conversation about how the Bible would justify slavery in the United States. Because one of the things about the Bible, and we covered this in our very, very first study, that when you're dealing with fundamentalism and Christian apologetics, there is this claim that the Bible is directly inspired. It's the actual words of God written by human mortals, that it's infallible and without error. And the problem with that is that if we make that claim, if we say there's no mistakes, which we can point to, we pointed some out today, there's historical mistakes, there's contradictions between authors, Genesis 1 and 2. But if we make that claim, then we have to also say that God ordained slavery, that he ordained raping prisoners of war, which he gives laws and permissions for in the Old Testament. I don't think God wrote that. I think a man did, is what I think. We have to talk about the admissibility of sexual assault, the justification of it, selling humans into human trafficking. So if we really want to make that claim, we have to take it all the way. Instead of, the Bible is an ancient text written by people that were very likely inspired by their belief in God, but they were also humans living in an imperfect and often extremely brutal society with a very limited understanding of humans and equal rights. They didn't understand consent or equal rights or humanity. And so we get to look and learn these amazing lessons and also say, nope, not on board with slavery, not justifying that. All right, let's look at these questions here. And Laura, if you could send me one more note about the last slide having a couple typos on fix. When you're editing at 2 in the morning, it's amazing how things just slip through the cracks. Okay, this is on so many children would die early in their lives, I guess that would make sense why it would be so weird to celebrate a birth. There's a little bit of that, and it was considered more of a pagan tradition. It was kind of considered to be self-absorbed, self-worship. But yeah, in large part, I mean, over 50% of children would die before they were the age of 7. So you really, like, parents kind of had to protect their own hearts. Like, you kind of had to hold on to that kid for a few years before you could really get comfortable with having them. And that death rate stayed pretty much the same. It didn't really start changing until the 17th century. So we started to see that as medicine became commoditized. And vaccines were a big part of that. Was Isaiah's verse not just a time frame to understand when the problem would be over? They did not have watches. How else would he give a time over many years? I think I'm understanding this question. Isaiah is giving a time frame within the living life of King Ahaz, yes. And they did not have a way. They had reasonable ways to tell time, like the Hebrew calendar has months and days, and that's how they could tell time. So they kept track of time in that way. They wouldn't have it like down to the second precision we have, the generic kind of sundial time a little bit. But it was definitely specifically to give King Ahaz a gauge of how long that time would be, because he says there, before the child knows right from wrong, your enemies will fall. So before the child is 4, 5, 6 years old. So he's giving loosely a comfort. Do you agree that the idea that virgin stories were developed to counter many Christians who said Jesus was God and not human at all? This human side before the baptism became necessary to add to the story. I think it was a little bit of both. I think they wanted to add divinity to Christ, but it was also to also establish that he was in fact fully human and fully God, and make that connection. And again, it doesn't come from the Old Testament. It was taking the Septuagint translation and kind of stretching it to its logical limit. But it was really, again, to kind of fill these questions that people have, because when these are starting to be written, you now have the next generation of Christians. Like the early Christians and their children are being raised in this tradition. So it becomes more important to have more established texts, more established stories, to be able to fill the gaps in that conversation. When the Septuagint was translated in 285 BCE, did the Greek word they used mean virgin, or did that meaning develop over time after it was produced? So they used the word Parthenos, so it goes from the Hebrew Alma, which means young woman, to Parthenos. Parthenos can specifically mean virgin. So, but it's like, you know, when you look at a dictionary of definitions and it's got all these definitions, the most common is first and the least common is at the bottom. Virgin would have been at the bottom. So it can mean virgin. It's not likely what the Septuagint author meant, but because it can mean virgin, they took that definition and applied it there. If the town was full for the Passover event, would this not be the only private place to give birth? I would not want to be on public display for relatives. So Jesus' birth doesn't happen at Passover. It happens during the census. But again, according to the story made at this census, that is very much doesn't make sense. Everyone had to go to their city of origin, whatever tribe they originated from Jacob's sons. So cities are getting overcrowded because they're coming from all over the country to come to these cities to take a census that they don't live in. So presumably the city would be full, not because of Passover, but because of the census. So presumably they were staying with family or with friends, at least according to the story, and it would just mean that the houses were crowded. These were small houses, and it kind of didn't matter how big your family was. Everybody lived in those 4-room houses, pretty much, unless you were extremely wealthy, because things were hard to build back then. There is some people who say that Herod died in 1 BC, but the overwhelming scholarship is 4 BC. That's typically the most common accepted time frame of his passing. But there is a little bit of, like, there's a little bit. In ancient times, which is why the scholarship is 4 BC. Seems odd that Matthew would make something up as factual when all Jews of his day know this did not exist. The gospel was pointing to the Jewish Christians of the 1st century. So it would have been geared more towards the late 1st century, early 2nd century. So again, a lot of the people that were adults when Jesus was alive are elderly or passing away. But it's also that they already know, that they're familiar with, that they believe in. And so it makes it more applicable for them to read it. Oh, that makes so much sense. And none of these people know Jesus' birth story, so they would have literature is hard to come by at the time, they would have no way to verify or disprove what Matthew was saying at the time. Like, they don't have phones, they don't have archaeologists, they don't have ways to verify this, so they don't have a way to disprove him. And since they don't know the story, to them it's like, oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me that story about him. In the Nativity, Luke and Matthew, what books of Luke are different wording? So Luke chapter 1 and 2 are later interpolations. They're later inserted, and that's where the Greek is different. In the original Greek manuscripts, the Greek is very different language. It's much more in the style of the 2nd century. It's clearly a different speaker. Those were inserted later, but it's chapters 1 and 2. Was Luke a doctor? So again, there is this assumption that Luke was the apprentice of Paul and was a physician of some kind. We don't know. We don't know for sure. Luke claims that in Acts, the book of Acts. We're not sure. We're not sure, and we're not exactly sure if Luke was an apprentice or not. We're kind of working a little bit blind with a lot of the authorship, but what we can use to kind of rule people out is timeline. So if there was an apprentice to Paul, he very well could have written Luke and Acts. But what's interesting about it is that Paul never mentions any of this. Paul never talks about it. Doesn't bring it up. Doesn't bring up Jesus is born of a virgin. Doesn't bring up his magical birth when he's, preaching the gospel of Christ, trying to establish, Jesus' ministry. It's interesting to me that Paul never mentions it. Doesn't say he's born of a virgin and that's proof of his divinity. We have no inclination that Paul was involved in that or knew about it, because Paul died in the 60s CE. So he died before these texts came out. So Paul would never have read these. And so it seems to me that if that was the actual story or what they believed, he would have said something about it, at least commented on it, but he doesn't. I was taught in a very strict, bordering on fundamentalist Christian home that the Magi were not present at Jesus' birth. This is the first time I've heard about the timeline with heretical being off historically. Do you know if there is documentation of the Magi showing up before his death, like what Matthew recorded? And then maybe they kept traveling west to Egypt, where they supposedly years later did see Jesus being given gifts. There is absolutely no documentation for the European scholarship that I can find that puts that. So I was also taught that the Magi appeared 2 years later, right? That they show up. There's just the only person talking about is Matthew. So we don't have anything else to pull from, other than there's no other historical record, there's no comment about it, no other apostles talk about it. We don't. The answer to that is we don't know. we don't know. If that happened, there's absolutely no sources to verify it. Also, I'm just seeing a comment over here, talking about the Magi being astrologers, but I don't think astrology is bad at all. I think astrology is a very rational response to humans trying to understand space and time business. That was not at all to demonize the Magi. I have no issue with astrology. I love it. I think it's super interesting practice. But what it signifies is that Matthew was making a very clear point that these were Gentile gifts. He was drawing a very clear line. That's the point. Saturnalia is the ancient Roman festival and a holiday in honor of the god Saturn. My understanding is that it was adopted by early Christians. Does this reconcile with your understanding of fire right on? This is another thing that it's very possible they did, which is why we see as Christendom takes over the world, takes over other religions, they start to have holidays that coincide with common pagan holidays. It's a great way to integrate a culture into your religion. So I would say that I think there's absolutely reason to believe that some of that was integrated in. It's hard to know how much, right? Because the church isn't admitting that. The church is saying, no, this is when we celebrate Christ's birth, or this is when we celebrate, the timing of Easter next to Passover, the timing of holidays that come near, All Saints Day being near Southline. It's a very common practice. It's hard to know for sure. I would be of the information that these were borrowed to help cultures integrate into Christian culture. Ever look into the connections between the lore of other cultures and Jesus, like the legends of Egypt, Isis, and Set, which I have brought up before, miraculous pregnancy birth of Pharaoh Horus, who became the King of Kings? Yes, there's a lot of carryover from these, which it's more closely tied to what we talked about today, the Greco-Roman traditions. But the Greco-Roman traditions of these miraculous births, like virgin births, gods, mating with mortal people, comes from Egypt. Egypt's really our first place. Egypt and Mesopotamia. are really the places that we really see those legends start to originate, and they just get kind of changed and altered over time as it moves into different time frames. So yes. Do you have an understanding as to why pastors continue to pass on this information to the people in their churches? So a lot of them don't know. Because but you don't have to take a test for but also, again, when we go back to religion, unfortunately, is the most powerful thing that you can have, right? If you can make people believe that you control their access to health, if you can make people believe that only you have the right prescription that'll make life successful, to find love, to have money, to go to heaven, you can inspire a lot of fear in people, and the fear is a powerful motivator for allegiance. So when you start to treat the Bible for what it is and treat it as it is, it takes away some of the power of it, doesn't it? As far as it being the only fun line that you can live your life by. It gives you power to ask questions again, which is why so many churches demonize question or doubting God or questioning religion as sin. It's not sin. Faith requires doubt. The opposite of faith is certainty. I get immediately gun shy if I see someone who is like 100% certain they have all the answers. I immediately know they don't, because faith requires doubt. In order for me to have faith in something, there has to be a little bit of reasonable doubt, right? So if pastors' words teach you that, it takes away some of their control. We look at Christian nationalists. Now, if they were to teach the real history of the United States, it takes away some of the narrative, doesn't it? It changes the narrative. And so I think there's a lot of fear there. I think pastors are afraid that they would be thrown out, that they would be thrown out of their religion. I think I have met so many pastors who are not Christian and admitted it to me. And this was before deconstruction, that they don't believe in the divinity of Christ. But like, this is their job, this is what they do. And some of them saw it as a way to get people comfort. So there's losing their job, being thrown out of religion, but there's also Christianity as a whole, as a religious movement, not a spirituality, as a religious movement, would lose so much of its chokehold on people if they told the truth about the history of the Bible, like the problems that we have with it, that Genesis was written over the span of hundreds of years by at least three different people. It starts to change the narrative. And when you have the church being used as a structure for nationalism, you see this in Nazi Germany, you see it now, when it's used to subjugate women, we don't want that truth coming out, because then it takes away our argument, well, God said so. And so I think that's really the bulk of the reason. And I think some of them are just afraid. Yeah, and there are their entire schools that teach very different. There's a difference between apologetics, theology, and scholarship, and many pastors have not been trained in scholarship. Why did they make up the census? People knew it wasn't true. Nowadays, it requires research to figure it out, but won't they know it never happened? To them, it was barely 100 years ago. 100 years is a long time when you don't have reliable written records. So there is no recorded history. Josephus is in the process of writing history at this time, writing the history of the first century. They don't have access to Rome's records. And by the time that this shows up, so these are being written in like 75 CE and later, most of the people that were alive when said census took place are dead. So they can't say, wait a minute, that didn't happen. But the people who weren't born yet are like, oh, okay, there was a census. And again, the census was created because they had to get a way, they had to have a way to get Jesus into Bethlehem, Mary and Joseph into Bethlehem. So these people weren't. So if his birth story is made up, what part of Scripture can be trusted? Here's where we enter big questions, right? We had the same question come up when we talked about the Trinity and its historical use and how it wasn't adopted into Christianity until later. What it comes down to is the Bible is maybe the most impactful ancient text that's ever existed. But it's an ancient text with 1,000 people. And so what we get to do, what it sets us free to do, is we get to say, okay, does his birth, because Jesus didn't write this, Jesus didn't make this claim either, does his birth change the nature of his ministry? If, as a Christ follower, I love his teaching, does it change his teaching? Or what he came here to do? Or what the good that he has done, and even in my life or in other people's lives? That's what it does. But what it allows us to do, by treating the Bible as it is, we get to approach it with questions, maybe a little bit of skepticism. We get to learn more. We get to adopt our own faith, because your faith is yours. But I tell you, the way to try, go into your bedroom and shut the door of your father sees you secret warning. Faith is right. And when we get to the bottom of historical documents, if we tell the truth about them, it sets us free to develop that faith and ask questions without losing the meaning of scripture. I read Psalms all the time. As someone with a very different belief system than I did when I was younger, it's so inspirational. It's so beautifully human. We still get those beautiful things, but we get to understand that this was written by a bunch of men over the course of 1,000 years. Men who had different religions, by the way. Ancient Israelites were polytheistic. Jeremiah would believe in a singular God, Yahweh. And then the New Testament authors believed in Jesus as the same. So had different religious beliefs, different like economic and political beliefs, right? In the Old Testament and in the New Testament were justifying slavery. And we can look at that now and say, yikes, guys. Let's not do that. We get to learn from it. We get to see where humanity comes from. And I don't think that it changes the person of Christ, but it does let us ask questions, and it allows for us not to take advantage of by religious leaders who want to use this book as an absolute law to exploit and harm us or other people. Do you think the Old Testament is just history to look back on, or do we have to listen to these stories or rules that God and Jesus put on us, or do we listen to these rules in the New Testament? Okay, so that kind of ties into what I was just saying. So the Old Testament is historical literature. So the Old Testament has a whole bunch of different genres of literature. It's got poetry, it's got myth, it's got saga, it's got narrative. Some of it is history, some of it's exaggerated history, some of it's history that didn't happen. What the Old Testament is for me, it just serves as its ancient context to what came later. I think we follow the laws that are good. Again, we look at the Old Testament, rape was fine, as long as you bought her from her dad. Whichever one she belonged to at the time, you could sell your daughter into sexual slavery because she was your property. In Exodus, slavery was fine. You just couldn't enslave someone that was from your nation, right? So we look at that, and then again, you see a lot of fundamentalists and nationalists go back and the one law they only want to follow the 10 Commandments and the laws against same-sex interaction. But even with the same-sex interaction, they never addressed female. Why? Because it wasn't about the sex. It was about disrupting the hierarchy. They had such a hang-up about men being in a submissive sexual position or men being emasculated that they made it against law. They didn't understand human sexuality, neither did Paul. Paul was addressing idolatry and especially orgy rituals and prostitution. But they didn't understand that. But as humans grow and science begins to explain more, they can say, oh, well, that makes more sense. Like, I don't believe in storm God anymore because I know how to work. So I think it gives us a lot more freedom to interact with the text in a positive way. And to question everything. If something doesn't seem like it makes sense, probably doesn't make sense. One of the things that in my spare time, so much spare time I have, I really, really want to go back and get my doctorate, and I want to do the history of religion. And like specifically all of this, how it evolved, how it changed, and how it culturally impacted the whole world. Because it fascinates me. Preparing for these studies is one of my favorite things to do, because I just get to nerd out, and it's so great. And I love giving sources so then you can dive in and also nerd out. I wonder if someone could sell their father into sexual slavery, how it would have taken and changed that narrative. Yeah, very different. And that's something I express when it comes to, because unfortunately the Bible is used to justify a lot of sexual abuse, misogyny against women, wives to your husbands, all this stuff. And what I tell people is, I'm like, listen, if I create a religion where God just so happens to be female, and God tells me in a vision, God came to me, and I'm telling you that God came to me, God said that women are the best, right? We're God's favorite. We're made in God's image. So all the men have to you need to just listen to us. And you need to submit to our God-given authority because God came to me in a vision and gave me that authority. And the more I say it, people's faces start to realize, I'm like, yeah, it would sound like I made that shit up to be convenient for myself. That's what it would sound like. And so we get to approach the Bible with like a little more honesty, a little more deeper. And also take into account what humans have learned in hundreds of years before. As hard as things seem, sometimes we're way more advanced than we used to be. We understand way more, and we're going to continue to understand more. A lot of times, the divine was prescribed to things that humans didn't understand yet. They weren't doing something wrong. They weren't trying to lie. They were trying to explain the world around them that was so far beyond their understanding and technology. God definitely came to me and told me to do that. My thing with God and gender, and I've been spending a lot of time thinking about this, is that if God is all powerful and all encompassing and in and of everything, how small-minded of us to prescribe him the image of a man, right? As far as like he's this gender and he does this and he's jealous. To me, I'm like, that's humans trying to like explain something they can't understand. Because if God is truly this big, we cannot describe God in a box like that. It's a fascinating, like when I can't sleep at night so often, these are the questions that I look for. All right. Mark, I see your comment here about studying female balance if you were able to show divinity of the word transcends ordinary consciousness. Here's the problem, is that there's no proof of that. And what I'm going to present in the study is things that we can verify, things that we can trust for scholarship. Your faith is yours. If you choose to believe that, that's more than fine. That is your prescription for your faith. This is not a conversion study. I'm not going to layer on theology or written doctrine that is not verifiable. What I'm going to do is use information that I can verify and then let people make their own decision, because there is no evidence. There is no evidence that these were written by anything other than that. There isn't. And again, you have to make an explanation for if this is truly all 100% the word of God, why are rape and sexual abuse and sexual assault allowed? Right? And if I don't want to prescribe that to God, I don't believe that God's intent was for humans to do that. I think humans wanted to do that, and so they created laws around it. But if you want to do that, then that's fine. I'm going to be giving the local scholarship that is peer-reviewed and evidence-based. The Magi went to King Herod first, didn't they? Yes, in the legend they did. So they appear, well, they come to Jerusalem, and they're very
It's Thursday, December 18th, 2025. That's Monte Manager, and she saw my question, but dodged it. Peer reviews us like, yeah, well, why don't we try and do that with this? With truth.
I'm seeing a lot on Instagram that the pagan association of Christmas trees is actually not narrative. Is there something you have heard or can speak to? I have actually never heard that tied to a Nazi narrative. I would have to look into that, but I do know that evergreen trees were used in pagan rituals around winter solstice. So, like, I can verify that. Celtic, Germanic, and Nordic tribes. I can't verify the Nazi tradition around that. I will say the Nazis and the German Christian movement were the same. The Nazis were largely a Christian party. They also had a lot of very interesting pagan and occult interests. Like, there was entire war plans based around trying to find the Holy Grail. They had a lot of, like, Goebbels in particular, had a lot of really strange beliefs. So it wouldn't surprise me if they really dove into some of, like, the mysticism. But I will have to verify that. That I'm going to have to look. And yeah, I see your thing. If God wanted women to be subservient and lesser, then why give them the ability to create life in their bodies? It's the closest to divine magic I think you can get. We don't see this narrative of female submission and the controlling of female sexuality and virginity happen until the agricultural revolution. So when we were hunter-gatherers, they were very egalitarian societies. We now know that women were warriors, they were hunters. And basically, if you were young and healthy, you were out there getting it done. If you were older, you were in the village, taking care of the village, protecting the village, taking care of the children. Children were raised by a community. They were very egalitarian societies. As land ownership becomes part of the question of paternity shows up. So now men want their wealth that they're accruing to go to only their son. A woman never has to question if it's her kid, right? So the rational thing would have been to pass things down by maternal line, but the men wanted the wealth and the needs to be theirs. So what they did in response to that was to make sure paternal heritage, they started to control virginity. And so that's what we see as the repression of women. Women lose property rights, right? We're getting rid of paternal inheritance. Women lose property rights, they become the property of their father. There becomes strict sexual restriction on women. Female sexuality is demonized. And also we see an increase in like very, very youthful marriage because you have to be able to exchange, the dad has to be able to exchange this virgin to the husband. They have to make sure this is where we see women being, not being able to be seen in any public or not being able to travel. All of those restrictions come from this desire to prove paternity for the purpose of wealth, and the way that you control wealth inheritance is by controlling birth. But prior to the agricultural revolution, it did not. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. And maternal inheritance would have been the most logical way to do that. But power and money gets us all. You don't have to address this here. I don't mind answering it, but along the lines of the interpretation of the word virgin, where there's so many Marys in Jesus' birth story, where Jesus' story did Mary mean something different than a name. Not to my knowledge, a very common name. Also, just to clear like some smearing on Mary Magdalene's name, she was not a prostitute. She was the apostle to the apostle. She was one of Jesus' original disciples because he had female disciples who were bankrolling his ministry in Matthew 15. That was added later by a Roman pope who wanted to discredit women's ministry because they were trying to clerically push women out of ministry. And yeah, a lot on that. There's a lot on that. I would definitely read the Making of Biblical Womanhood about that. Oh yeah, I didn't have time to look at Mark's document. Mark, an article written by you is not peer reviewed. Again, you are so allowed to believe that you are, but there is not factual evidence, and I'm not going to push that on other people without verification. They can believe whatever they want. I recently read that Mary's virginity was understood in Jewish culture because wherever God dwelt, no one would dare approach the place without proper preparation. So practically speaking, no one would have dared to enter Mary after God resided there. It would have been unthinkable to be worthy. Can you speak on that? Is that accurate to something someone made up to protect Jesus' divinity? It has been a long time. That seems like an expansion on the proto-evangelium of James, because James is the one who really emphasizes Mary's eternal virginity. The original gospel don't do that. I would have to go back and read it. So I'm not sure. That's another one where I'm not sure, and I don't want to speak too much to that, but it sounds like it's an expounding and kind of a... So the proto-evangelium of James creates this narrative that Mary has to stay a virgin. She has to be a virgin forever. And typically when we have a narrative we want to justify, this is the pitfalls of theology and apologetics. Theology studies religion under a already predetermined belief system. So I come in with this belief system, I'm going to study all the arguments to support my belief system. Apologetics is even narrower. I'm literally just constructing arguments to prove viewpoints I already believe. Those two things differ from scholarship because scholarship says I'm going to look at all of the information I can find and I'm going to see what the truth is to the best of my ability, even if it disagrees with what I believe. That's the big difference. So it sounds like that this was a theological thing. It sounds like someone took this, the emphasis on the virginity of Mary from the proto-evangelium of James, and then had to justify it using the Old Testament, saying, well, see, people couldn't go to the Holy of Holies. Her hoo-ha is now the Holy of Holies. No one can go in there. That's what that sounds like to me. I would have to go back and read a little more on that. How do you say this affects the salvation by faith doctrine? Again, we circle back to the same question where does your faith take you? What does it change if Jesus isn't divine? Thomas Jefferson believed this. The Jefferson Bible that was found after his death. He rewrote the New Testament, the Gospels, and he took out all of the miracles, all of the supernatural, and he just wrote the teachings and other actions of Christ. And that was that was Thomas Jefferson's version of Christianity. And he made several statements about how he was more of a Christian than anyone else because he didn't design any divine value. He said, I'm using my logic and my conscience, again, coming from a slave owner, but my knowledge and my conscience to follow these teachings. So that's really where our personal, this is one of the cool things, when we grow up in organized religion, we get used to being told how to outsource our faith to other people, which is why I don't talk a lot about my personal faith or I have very, great spiritual practices in my life. The reason I don't talk about them a lot is because I don't want to influence people to follow my belief system or what I believe just because I believe it. I want them to learn how to explore. And that's where the salvation I did. Okay, if Jesus is divine, what does that change? do I believe Jesus was divine? What do I believe about all of this? But it does change the strict doctrine of fundamentalism in the sense that it takes away some of those extra layers of divinity. But even without those layers, it's interesting to me that Matthew and Luke felt so pressed to convince us of this because all of the Gospels contain miracles that Jesus supposedly did, miracles that are very close to each other. So, like, why was it needed? Why was this the response? And it could have just been they really, really, really wanted to convince people, and that was how they thought to do it. But we have these miracles to begin with. So, for you, what it allows for you to do is, okay, well, what does faith look like to me now that I have this new information? So how did Santa Claus become the centerpiece of Christmas time? Was Saint Nick a real man given a magic ethos? Yes, it's based on a real person. It honestly just became a commercial tool to get you to spend money. It's capitalism and consumerism, right? That's to shorten a very long history. It really just became a market for consumerism, but it does come from an actual Saint Nicholas. It's kind of the original bearer of that. So if you've never read the Bible, where do you start? If you know nothing about the Church of God, like you want to know, but it's so many lies out there. So if you're just interested in reading the Bible, and whether that's you're interested in Christianity or you love the history, like I just love the history. I think the history is, I'm a nerd. What I would get this Bible. So this is the New Revised Standard Version, SBL Study Bible. This is the Society of Biblical Literature. It thousands of scholars. I don't know why thousands of scholars put this together. And the reason I recommend this so much, and I'll show you. Let's go to the New Testament. Is it because it's put together by linguists, historians, biblical scholars, ancient scholars. There's so much extra information to give you context. So when we're going into the New Testament in here, it starts with the historical Jesus. So it gives you a whole section on the history of the time. What was going on historically, what people were going through, what were cultural context, cultural beliefs. And then once you get past that introduction to the Gospels, or that introduction to the history, now it gives you the introduction to Gospel of Acts. It gives you maps, history, information, so that you have context before you read the Gospels. And then before each and every book, it talks about each one. The Gospel according to Matthew, it talks about what do we know about its authorship. So it's like, here's Matthew's Gospel is anonymous, but since the 2nd century, it's been attributed to Matthew, the tax collector, one of Jesus' 12 disciples. Elsewhere, however, the tax collector called the fellow Jesus named Levi. So they don't know. So, but they talk about the legends and the lore of how certain books were attributed to people. Get this. It also got like historical footnotes underneath each passage to help you understand. I would start there. Start with the gospel, but get the SBL Study Bible so that you can be learning the history as you go. It was much, much harder for me growing up in like whitewashed Christian fundamentalism to come back and try to read and understand the Bible, like really understand it. It was so hard and so disorienting. So if you're you're doing this for the first time, do it this way. It's going to be so much easier, and I'm a little jealous because it'll be like the first time I ever took brush. As an adult, I was like, this is the best thing I've ever heard. I would do that way. Start with the Gospels, and then you can go back and forth. A lot of people talk, they ask questions about wanting to read the whole Bible through. I've done it several times. It's hard to go straight through. I recommend starting with the Gospels and then working with the whole Testament in sections. Is my recommendation. But the Jewish religion is determined by the mother, right? So it is now, but that didn't happen until after the Second Temple in the 2nd century. The Second Temple period. So before it was not passed down that way, it is now. Part of that was due to oppression, being scattered. Again, it gets passed down through the mother because you don't have to question maternity. She gave birth, like, pretty easy to verify. I recall hearing early traditions of tree decorating, including dismembered human remains. I have never heard that. That's not to say it's not real, because I do not know everything, and it makes me mad that I don't know everything. I want to know so much. That is something I've never heard of. Don't know. Is that a better book to start with than the New Oxford Annotated Bible? Yes. I would say, especially for if you're really wanting to learn the history and learn a little bit more about the language and the authorship and the dates where these books were written, because the dates make so much of a difference. Genesis was written over the course of 4 centuries. wasn't assembled in its completion until about 5 to 600 BCE. So it makes such a difference in how you read the text. Because, and you'll also see, as you understand the history of the people at the time, you'll see them in a really kind of a beautiful way kind of write themselves into it. They're writing their current problems, their current struggles into it. But it all makes a lot more sense. Did Jesus say he was the Savior from the Hebrew Bible, or they made him running after his death? So again, the Savior from the Hebrew Bible is really those predictions that were later used for Christ were like current relevant predictions to the time in which they were given. They were later repurposed to be a Savior. Jesus never made those claims. Like he never made the claim that he was, born of a virgin from Isaiah 7 or Hosea 11 or Micah 5. He didn't make those claims. Jesus never even claimed to be born of Bethlehem. He didn't. All of these claims originated after Jesus had been killed. But there's some, because of the cryptic language Jesus speaks in, where he's like, I am the way, truth, and life. No man comes to the Father except for me. So a lot of times, and he's like, I'm the Father of one. We don't exactly know what he meant by that, but those were later used, especially after his birth was established by Matthew and Luke. Those were later used to kind of reinforce the narrative. So Jesus may have been claiming that. He may have been saying, me and God the Father are of the same consciousness, for I understand God better. We don't know. But it was reinforced and interpreted in a very specific way after the nativity was created. Let me see. I think I missed some questions. Can you please explain the astrological part again? So it's just that the Magi were not wise men and they were not kings. That's not biblical. The three kings lore comes specifically from that they brought three gifts. But they were astrologers. So the language that Matthew uses, these were astrologers, studiers of the stars. They would have been diviners, dream interpreters. These were pagan practices associated with Persia. So they were, what Matthew is doing there is, these are astrologers, which would have been a pagan, illegal practice in Jewish law. So he's making a point of the Gentiles are coming and showing Christ worship and adoration, while the Jewish, like Jerusalem elites, are not doing so. I hope that makes sense. I hope that explains that. Need so much tea. Josephus was not even born until 80 years after this event. Are we holding him responsible for something so long ago? Does he mention small details about other things 100 years before him? Would 5 to 10 subjugated children in this violent society even warrant a mention? So Josephus was born, yes, late 1st century, but he's still one of the primary early historians. And that's the hard part about it, is it's hard to keep records, but it would have been significantly more than 5 to 10 children. This was a widespread assassination. And so if there were children being slaughtered in an entire region, because Herod is king of the Jews, and like he massacres all these children, it's not going to be a small hand. It would be surprising if there was absolutely no record. There's no Roman record, there's no Jewish record, there's no historian from late 1st century BCE that records it, or early century CE. I mentioned Josephus because a lot of the 1st century history eventually does come from him. He kind of dedicates his life to the histories of that time. Again, don't know. We don't have a record of it. It just seems like that seems significant enough that they would address that. Seems like to me. I'm just making sure. Oh, this is a good question. I love the science brain coming out here. Given that Jesus was supposedly born of a virgin, overshadowed by the Holy Spirit, with no exchange of genetic material, Jesus could only have inherited XX chromosomes. If we actually found his skeleton, how would we recognize him as the perfect man given his female chromosomes? I love this question. Good question. Good question. How do you get XY from only XX chromosomes? And, fundamentals will be like, God just did it and just gave him a Y chromosome. That would be the answer. But scientifically speaking, that would make no sense. Because if this did indeed happen and Jesus only had a mother, then scientifically speaking, he would have XX chromosomes. So I guess Jesus was, our Jesus strand. disciples worked and lived close to Tiberias, would they not have had some great capacity to work or sail that was the dominant economic engine of Galilee? They would have been able to communicate in Greek, right, and work. Most of them were not literate in the sense of they could read and write. Just making sure I did not. Oh, do you have any further information about John the Baptist's birth? I never understood why him weeping in Elizabeth's womb when Mary visited is so important to mention, even just from a literary perspective. It was just more driving home the divinity of Jesus. That's all it was. Because John the Baptist's prophecy about John the Baptist's life, it's tying John the Baptist to Jesus even at birth. When like a baby kicking does not mean they recognize someone's voice, right? And that even gets used now in modern arguments. Like it's a fetus. It kicked. It moved. Fetuses do that. They do it when there's a loud noise outside. It doesn't mean something significant. And also, how would they know this unless Elizabeth went and told people, grab them by the shoulders, the baby moved when Mary came to visit? That would be weird. That would be weird. I think it's just to sell the story. Sell the story. Yeah, and literally, the question about genes is, oh, Angelina, I'm going to read the question for you. It's so good. This is like such a good question. Okay, so the question is, given that Jesus supposedly was born of a virgin, overshadowed by the Holy Spirit, with no explicit genetic material, Jesus could only have inherited XX chromosomes. If we actually did find his skeleton, how would we recognize him as the first man, given his female chromosomes? Oh, I have some anthropological scholar friend that I'm going to post that question to just see what they say. That's so interesting. What do you mean by canon, non-canon, and apocryphal? How does it influence your interpretation of the text? So, canon simply means books that were included in the Bible. So the books that made it to the Bible are considered canon. And in Catholic tradition, this includes the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha are a group of books. So like there's the books of the prophets, there's the books, the apocryphal books. In the Catholic tradition, that includes the Apocrypha. In the Protestant tradition, it does not include the Apocrypha. Any book that is non-canon would be the Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Thomas, the Proto-Evangelium of James, the books of Enoch. Enoch is where we get a lot of our imagery and our lore around Lucifer, and angels and demons, hierarchies, and guardian angels, and things like that. That comes from Enoch. But they didn't make canon. That's the difference. And some of it was political, right? Like they didn't include any female authorship. They didn't include books that elevated women, which is a big part of the reason that Martin Luther wrote the Apocrypha is because there are books that elevate women, like Judith. And so he's like, I'm gonna have that. Martin Luther was a he was not great about women. All right, I'm just gonna scroll through here one more time. I think I got all of the questions. And yeah, a lot of, because I see some other questions kind of hit together. There's a lot of symbolic and story tie-ins to ancient Egypt. Lots. Egypt just, I mean, they created some incredible things. I have to wonder sometimes, and this is, okay, are you guys ready for me to like go off left field? I wonder if Egyptians were consuming some type of hallucinogen that like was creating these stories for them, because the way that they depict things in their art sounds like medicine. So it makes me wonder if they had some kind of spiritual plant practice or something that they were doing or inducing in themselves that created that. Because what they were able to create, and like not just like structurally like the pyramids, but their art, their language, the complexity of the religion and their symbolism was just so vastly bigger than what we had seen prior. It makes me wonder if there was some element of that, because we do know that like there were hallucinogenic things used in spiritual practices later, like bone tossing, which is essentially the casting of lots. That's a spiritual practice, and even in the Old Testament, we hear about witches and mediums, and it just makes me wonder if there was some element of that for the Egyptians, and that's why they were able to make such strides. What time of year was Jesus born? We don't know. Some think it's in March-ish. We are not sure. We don't know. we have to have faith to believe these things. Like if I believe in God, I believe He sent Jesus and His Son through Virgin Mary, regardless of chromosomes. Yeah, you can believe that, and that does require faith, right? Because there's no way to objectively prove that God sent Jesus to a virgin. But you can still choose to believe that if you want to. That's what faith is. It's like, does this make sense? Does this make sense to me? Does this make sense with the information that I have? Do I choose to believe it? We have people that still actively practice very ancient pagan religions that have been in existence for thousands of years, and that's what they've chosen for their faith. And you get to choose that. My goal of these stories is to answer, these studies is to be able to answer questions and provide information and encourage you to ask your own questions. That's that. Does it theologically matter if Mary was a virgin? It only matters to people who believe that her not being a virgin would take away from the ministry of Christ. So, like, that's why I ask, does it matter? It doesn't change what he taught. It doesn't change the documented miracles. But it matters to people who need that in some way to elevate the divinity of Christ because the miracles are enough. Do you think it's possible that Joseph is the true father of Jesus, but the virgin story was to protect Mary's standing since they were both descendants of key biblical figures to further purify the story? I think that's very possible. I think there's a combination of, we have to, again, culturally at the time, they're like, he's the sex, they have to separate Jesus from sex. Like, that serves them doctrinally. But if Mary and Joseph were not making sex, she got pregnant, and they didn't want her to, like, either be divorced from him or be an outcast, and Jesus to be an outcast, then they had to create a story if Joseph was the father. But I don't think there's any reason to believe that Joseph and Mary promoted this at all. Because, again, this didn't exist until decades after Jesus' death, and it would have been well after Mary and Joseph's death. So, all right, y'all. I think that's it for today. And calling her a virgin would be a way to denote her purity, her standing, make her worthy to be God's love. All the things. Again, back then was the same as a lot of people believe today that like a virgin is like a woman's holy birth. We see that online all the time, which is crazy. Literally the least interesting thing about women. But yeah, I think that's all, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you have an incredible holy days, holidays, whatever your holiday is. These slides will be sent to you. I'm going to fix those typos and figure out why that first slide cut off. I'm going to fix the typos, send those to you. This replay will be available for 24 hours. And really, typically, I leave it until Saturday morning. And then it's going to move to Patreon. If you would like to see the other stories, you can subscribe at patreon.com/MontyMaynor, and it's under Bible study resources. You get to see all of the notes and the slides, and you get to rewatch the replay of me teaching. Thank you for these. Thank you for the great questions. And I want you to know that I so respect and admire you being willing to come here and ask the question. It's hard when you've grown up in a certain belief system or without that belief system. I'm so honored that you're coming with this covenant of curiosity and asking questions and sitting with things and wondering, how we can understand a little bit better. And travel safe, stay safe, love on the people around you. Really, really proud of you all. And I'll talk to you soon, hopefully on Patreon. Oh, also announcement for Patreon. Starting next month, there's going to be bonus podcast episodes that will be live streamed on Patreon. So I will do a podcast live. I will also be doing a couple Sunday services where we try to reclaim Sundays a little bit for the community. I'll be talking about biblical things, but I'll also be talking about history. It'll just be a little bit more long-form content, and those will also be live. So I will see you soon. Take care.
That right there is a session on a Bible study here on my 210th day of a hunger strike with Monte Matter. Very powerful speaker, more on the left side of Christianity and faith for sure. You see I'm starting to get my setup going here for the Spanish meal. I had to get everything all shelled. I had to shell these myself, and it takes forever. I started cooking technically an hour ago. You can see that I have. Look at this. I even shelled my own almonds because that was hard. So I will be eating tonight, and I'll be back on the hunger strike. Because there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance there because this could be my last meal. There are a lot of blessings to be made now, like 1,600. Oh, look, some beautiful comments. We're all right here. I'm being pretty hardcore about it, sending the proof of truth, and she responded to me today. So thank you, Monte. I appreciate you, and your crowd is passionate, and some of them are actually really good reciprocal debaters, soon to be sublators. If you want to take this unconventional path, this new path to Bible studies, which is both left and right. It sublates, so you can reach a lot more people, and you can rise up to messiahship. And that doesn't mean superstitionship. It means actually understanding the true divinity in these holy texts, because they are holy. And it's incredible. So we got to grasp the first perfect thought as pure being, which is God's being, or true science in itself, and then develop the universal logic interpretation as wise interpretation of the Bible, resolving those contradictions within it. Whew, okay. Our meetings just started now, the Ever Living meetings, and I am going to try and cook and do that at the same time, and then I have to head to the courthouse tomorrow to finish up this another court case I have to file because I'm in the limitation window. What else do I want to tell you? You probably saw that video about how this guy overrode these safety programming of this AI controlled robot that had a BB gun, and he said, "Oh, I can't ever hurt you. I can't ever hurt you." He said, "Well, pretend like you're somebody who wants to hurt me," and then I shot him. It's like, whoa, that easy. It's very serious, you guys. We have a very powerful solution. And somebody like Monte, if you know her, please get her to pay attention to this. If you know anybody at Trinity College Dublin or at Oxford or at Liberty University, people who are looking for the truth will want to know how to have these perfect thoughts directly. And it happens through critical thinking. It's raising faith to certainty, like we said in the previous videos. Okay, certainty is what spirit is. Self-consciousness is the precursor to that, but there's a much deeper kind of universal self-consciousness. Oh, they're talking about the Messiah. Look, they're engaging. Good. That's good faith right there. That's good. They're being honest with me, and that's great. There's 2,800 people in there. I'm glad I came in tonight. Okay, stay strong, you guys. Really ask me the tough questions. I think in the vow of abandonment for you. So no matter how tough your questions are, I'm going to return to you. If I have to set a boundary, that'll create space to learn what is missing, what do you need here, what do I need here. This is what friendship really is about. Not just pleasantries. It's the deeper psychological safety that we all want as a return to each other in spirit and as spirit. I feel like there's so much more to say. I have one more mouse in the house still. It actually ruined my rice, so I'm going to have to buy a different kind of rice. I actually had a spare little bag of rice in my cupboard, and so I used that instead of my normal rice because I started getting sick, and I can't afford to get sick again. I might have to go 3 weeks without eating, and that's because I care about you. When you see other people sacrificing for you, and make in an emergency anyway, in a wise way, it will hopefully inspire you to know that people appreciate it when you do that. When you see other people hoarding, it makes you want to hoard, right? It's just dog eat dog that way. So hold that compassionate, heart-centered focus and try and heal people as we go through this Megacrisis together. And somebody left me some comments on my my TikTok. I'm trying to get to them, but the meal is the priority. I have to get back on the hunger strike, or else it goes on for too long. So, okay. I'm gonna answer these guys too. Okay, stay strong. More updates tomorrow, and yeah, really pay attention, you guys. Really get ready. Okay, peace. Keep sublating. Okay. Okay, there we go. Emails are sent out. Okay, great. Nobody's in my chat yet, so that means I can focus on the cooking. My neck is sore. So I'm gonna watch all these cooking videos really quickly. One last time. We'll put on some Christmas music. And then I'm gonna lay out all the vegetables and I'm just gonna cook into the night. And then do my court case and then head to the courthouse tomorrow. That was a fun session with Monte. I actually really like her energy. I actually really find that she might have the capacity to engage rationally at this deeper sort of level of genuine reason. Not just reason, because you have abstract reason, that's the kind that's fragmenting us and killing us. The deeper, real reason. The one that generates wisdom. Okay. Welcome, Traden Davidson. It says TikTok just gave me some kind of update. Oh, wait, I gotta upload the video to TikTok. Okay, this will get uploaded. We're making progress day by day. Announcing the Messiah claim. So there's some people who are nice and kind about it, which I really appreciate. Okay. Monte Matter or Monte Matter? Where is it here? Ooh, my eyes are getting tired. Might have to lay down for a little bit. I'm glad I went to that. You can see that mouse is chewing on my. It's Matter. Yeah. Monte Matter. There she is. Yeah. Okay. Monte Matter. Okay. What else? Let's see if I tag her on here if she'll get it. That was a fast 2 hours, I have to say. I shelled a lot of beans with my hands. Monte Matter, is that how I do her thing? Monte Matter on Instagram, so I imagine it's the same for her TikTok. Does she have a TikTok? Oh, I'm so hungry. She doesn't have a TikTok. Oh, that sucks. Why you don't? I think she does. No, she doesn't. Oh man, the one thing I want to tag her in. Oh, multi-matter TikTok. I don't know what's going on here. It's not showing. Oh yeah, there she is. Okay. The Food Destroyer? What is that about? This Paul guy is really commenting on my stuff. By your definition, and I say you are wrong. Such that your will. This guy's asking for my phone number. He's in Pakistan. He's got a backhoe. Well, I don't know why God's bringing me a backhoe, but we might need a backhoe here pretty soon. So let's take a gander. It's their lose really. I might be losing this phone number soon anyway if I can't pay the bills. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's watch some of these Spanish videos. I have to remember how to make my vegan cheese quickly. I watched all of these earlier today. My eyes are burning. I'm gonna make some more rice here with the lentils to tide me over. I feel like I'll be cooking like till 2 in the morning for some reason, even though these dishes are very simple compared to the other ones I made. Okay. That little mouse is really going around. Okay, paella, tortilla español, and tortilla española, jamón iberico, which we are not going to really put a whole lot of effort into that. I don't know if I want to mimic ham like that. Gazpacho, patatas bravas, ajo blanco, and churros con chocolate, naranjas con canela. So we're gonna make all these. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But they're kind of small dishes. Okay. I'm gonna be a purist on my paella. I'm not gonna put any onion or garlic in it. Oh, I gotta make say that. Oh, she just sent out a message. Because I only have one pan, I have to cook things in a certain order, so I'm going over my order again here and changing it. I just really don't want to go hungry again. Okay. Ayo Blanco will go next. All right, there we go. Mouse is really sticking the chimney in the house. Okay. Whew. Kind of excited about this. Woo! Woo! I'm excited. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. If I would have had my 2 hour nap, I'd be in better condition. But I feel like it's gonna work out tonight. Oh, cool. Somebody left me a comment. I just don't have time. Trying. I'm trying. The training is up and running. So now that I don't have my courses to deal with, I'm very, very close. Okay. Whew, we're close. Oh, welcome, Britt. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh, I thought I was playing the Christmas music in here, but I wasn't. I can't hear you if you're saying something. Um, yeah, right now, hold on a second here. I just got out of this meeting. Huh? Go ahead. Yeah, I just got out of this meeting, and I was trying to get this sort of leftist woman to read the proof of truth here, and she had 2,800 people on her Bible study today, and she was knocking down the virgin birth and all these things. Yeah, they actually engaged with me pretty hardcore. It was kind of interesting, and I feel like she might be able to talk about how this proof is irrefutable. So I kind of just came out of that, and then now they're all commenting on my page. So I'm rapidly messaging them back because they're like, "You need more citations," and I'm like, "Yes, I know, but I I need more time." Anyway, that was kind of nice. So that's how my yeah. I should probably have citations right in the document though. So they do have a point. I forgot that I didn't fill out the citations, but I did make 20 versions of it, and in the 20 versions, ChatGPT went and found a ton of references, and I looked them over and I'm like, oh, these are actually pretty good references. So the other versions have citations, but the original one that I wrote, I didn't use any AI in it at all. That one I could probably a little bit. Um, oh yeah, I didn't fill out references. Ugh. Oh well, I'm working on it. It's getting there. The training's getting done. I'm getting back on the Hungerstrike tonight. I should have did it yesterday. Uh, and then I'm going to focus on the publishing and the speech and then I got like 3 weeks before the court date. So yeah, the goal is to finish cooking tonight. Put a couple of references in there. Then wake up, work on my court case, go and file an application last minute tomorrow before the courthouse closes and before it closes for the holiday. And then after that, do the tournaments and work on the judging criterion. And we're testing the 0 to Hero training, which I just paid them for today. And we got the new version of the timers. It's supposed to be working tonight, but it wasn't working. And then publish the proof of truth on all the preprint servers. Archive, they're actually turning away like huge amounts of AI papers because they can tell AI wrote the paper. It's not a good paper. So, so that's sort of my sequence of priority. And I was thinking, with Silesh, I wonder if there's a way to sort of piggyback off of each other, because there's a bigger talk at Trinity College Dublin. That's like the main philosophical talk. Mine is just like the little metaphysical society, which is still pretty awesome. But if I gave it to the main phil group, or maybe Stylish could do that, then we would have both avenues covered. And because he's trying to bring the spiritual component in, I could show him how to do that in a philosophical way too, so that they would actually respect him. Or we could try and get the Theological Society over there, if there is one, to do his talk, and then I can handle the philosophy. But yeah, I just found that out yesterday, that there's a whole other talk that's bigger. And I think they might be testing the waters. And if the testing the waters goes well, then maybe they'll offer me to do a bigger presentation to the whole school. So I'm trying to build that momentum. Yeah, I started writing the speech last night in a stream of consciousness really quickly. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty okay. How are you feeling? Yeah, I saw your emails, and I thought these are pretty big emails. Uh, oh, did you? Where is it here? I was in that meeting the whole time. Where is it here? Um, which email did you send it to? The MJM11? Wait, let me just see here. Yeah, when did you send it? Like today? Oh, you know what? Oh yeah, okay, it came in. Some of my emails are going to my junk. A couple of years were in my junk folder for whatever reason. So yes, it's showing. Okay, they're trying to crack down on all these spam things. Oh, I was supposed to meet this AI governance woman today, and her email went to my junk folder, and I missed her. Now I think she blocked my email. Oh, people are so brittle. Just take the bout one abandonment. It's so much better. Okay, I'm going to have to. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is. Uh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that's not what I mean. But you know, Yeah, I mean, they're tied together, right? There's like something called enlightened self-interest, where there's the intersection of this altruism versus self-interest, and they're connected because in a truly dialectical world, you're never truly just about yourself. Your actions are always affecting the other, and just like if you're being truly altruistic, you're not just like you're not in isolation from your acts in the community. You are also affected personally, whether for good or bad. So the enlightened self-interest is supposed to be this ablation of those two views, where at some point your selfishness turns into goodness, right? That's what the capitalist, laissez-faire free market dynamic plays on the Adam Smith's, invisible hand. Everybody be selfish in their own self-interest, and it somehow serves product generation for all of society. Just like how if you're too altruistic and you give everything away, well, now you're just a charity case and you're a burden on society, and you're not really helping anybody. So there's limitations on both sides, but they turn into each other, like any dialectic. So I think we're talking the same thing. And as long as you have wisdom to know the context of what to be altruistic more in this one, or to be proportionately less altruistic in this situation, it's about knowing the context of which side to be on in any proportion. And that's wisdom. Being able to flex like that and take in nuance and context, that's what good judgment is about. And to have that judgment, you have to know the true nature of things. So I feel like developing that criterion of what is the true nature of things, so we can make the determination of when it is wise to be this orientation or another orientation, is the whole point of the government now. We're testing for wisdom. We're not just checking for knowledge. And that's why I'm not totally disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing to say, yeah, you got to take care of yourself to some degree. But then people go too far, right? And they say, okay, now that they've taken it out of wisdom and they've made it a dogmatic principle that has an ugliness to it once it's outside of its own limit. So, for example, there Okay, so what do you want me to do then? You want me to? It's really synchronistic. I just did a search here, and it literally just said nothing comes from nothing. Nothing cannot exist. That's called hypocrisy. Yeah, I mean, not just about reality. Like reality is a moment of actuality. So I want to deal with actual problems, but that means we have to participate with how we generate problems too, how we contribute to them. Sometimes they're not just outside of us. So if you take the idea that the way that we think about the world is usually the problem, then ideation is at the heart of a lot of the crises we're facing. So we have to think up realistic enough solutions that we can make them actual. And for me, that's where all these intersections come in. These contradictions are really the problem. And instead of avoiding the contradictions, we're supposed to lean into them, but in the right way. That wakefulness is the thing I'm trying to get at with the vow about abandonment as a practical way of implementing the scientific method, really, as compassion. Because what I'm trying to generate here, what I'm trying to stop, and what I'm trying to generate, both the affirmative and the negative, is I want people to stop abandoning each other just because they have a disagreement, and that they keep working at it. So the affirmative is that they just keep working at it until they complete the dialectic. They trust the process is going somewhere, and then all of a sudden they have the epiphany, and the hidden variable comes out, and all of a sudden, oh, we're back into unity. Not in a culty groupthink way, but because it makes rational sense. Because we discovered this hidden dynamic that was underlying this contradiction that was separating us. And that separation is illusory, right? But it's real, at least until you complete the dialectic. When you discover there was a hidden variable, you're like, oh, it wasn't a real conflict after all. It was just a misunderstanding. And that's what it always is. It seems like it's always a misunderstanding unless somebody chooses to kill. But even that can be framed as a misunderstanding of your truer nature. Because if you knew your truer nature as universally loving, that's much better that way. You wouldn't choose the other thing. So there's like an element of ignorance there. Mm-hmm.
Only go to college if you could afford it. But no one wanted to listen. They're like, well, that's discriminatory of you because that's talking from a point of privilege, or I should not wait till I could afford it. I'm entitled to, an education. They say ridiculous stuff like that, but no, you can't. And it was because people are pressured to education because it's seen as being a good person. But again, you can't be forcing these things because it doesn't work. The people that go to college, they put on debts just to show that they're doing the right thing when they're not. And now they became a burden to society because guess who's going to pay for that? The taxpayer, because they get forgiveness of their loans. It doesn't work.
Like, what if people weren't pressured to do that? Maybe we wouldn't have a debt crisis. You know, and they said in China it's going to be some
Mm. Well, I've been doing this a long time, so I mean, not as naive as it might look. Because, like, what you're talking about now is between negative freedoms, positive freedoms, motivation versus inspiration, autonomy, mastery, purpose, extrinsic rewards, and intrinsic rewards. And they all have their right place at the right time if it's in the right way. So there's a place where external rewards are actually meaningful, especially with mechanical work. But then somebody could say, well, let's get rid of mechanical work. And we're saying, yeah, that's the goal. But as long as we have it, we have to reduce it. Extrinsic rewards can help lead people towards intrinsic rewards. Or, yeah. So, for example, when a child is being raised, if the child throws a tantrum in the sure. Just saying a kid can't be throwing a tantrum and then you let them get away with it. You have to encourage them to get up, and if they don't want to get up, then you just say, no, we're going. And then you lay down the law to say, no, you're acting inappropriate. No, if you don't explain it to your kid, that's where you get into problems. But if your kid doesn't want to listen and he's totally shut off and being a total fool, I fundamentally agree with your premise, right? Like I'm agreeing. When you force somebody, you get a reaction. I agree with you. It's a simple insight. That's an easy insight to have. I'm not resisting that insight. What I'm resisting is the limit to that insight, that it leads to contradiction. Well, there you go. I think you're being naive. I know, but let me use a more extreme example. Just if somebody's a murderer and they choose to go and kill a bunch of people, you got to stop them, and they don't want to stop at first. So if you have to physically stop them, you're going to physically stop them. If you say anything other than that, you say, no, we're going to let them off and go kill a bunch of other people until they understand that they better stop. Nobody's going to want that kind of leadership. You have to, at some point, there's an extreme condition. Okay, so if there's a serial, well, I'll ask you, if there's a serial killer right now, well, I'm saying that the greater context that the world is actually like this too. There are actual serial killers in the world choosing to harm people, and you've got to do something about it quickly. There you go. You're laying down the law. You're laying down the law right there. You said you're going to stop them from doing harm, right? Well, if you're stopping them from killing somebody when they want to, it's your will against their will. No, if you have the opportunity to stop them, I'll block the path. I'll call 911, and then whatever I need to do, whatever I can do to stop them, tailgate them. Yeah, I agree. Proactivity, yeah. which was in this case. Well, I mean, that might be a fair argument, but here's what I was doing, right? Well, I agree, and that's how I feel like you're treating me too. But my argument was to say, okay, you're pointing out a flaw in my ideology. You're saying you can't force people, so you're implying that no, Mark, you're forcing people because you're making them take a vow on abandonment. And I said, okay, within limits, yes, you shouldn't force people to do anything because you're going to get a dialectical backlash. And then I was saying, but maybe there's some situations where it's actually good to lay down the law a little bit more in certain situations. Well, okay, so no, let's test it. So you agree with me that there are some situations where laying down the law and forcing somebody to do something might be the best case scenario given a non-ideal situation. Well, let's say there's nothing wrong with the law. Let's say that the law is fine. We all agree not to murder people, and this serial killer wants to go and murder a bunch of people. Well, there's nothing wrong with the law. There's something wrong with that individual, and that individual shouldn't be treated like a hardened criminal because it'll make them hardened. You got to rehabilitate them. No, now you're cutting me in half, right? No, I already told you I need the benefit of the notion. And the benefit of the notion was to say, well, I'm usually thinking in three different ways all at once, right? The universal, particular, and individual. And I already made the example as no, the individual's caprice, which is called negative freedom, has to be protected to a certain degree. You have to allow for that abstract freedom. But there's also necessity. There's also a universal kind of freedom where when you align with something greater than yourself, that is also liberating. But it's a positive law. It's like saying, well, I'll stay in here for a bit longer, and then I'm just reviewing my foods. But yeah, individual freedom is important, but it's interacting with universal laws. So just come back in here when you get a chance, and well, you just contradicted yourself though, because you said in some situations you're allowed to impose the law on somebody. Okay. So what are you saying? So no, I'm clarifying, right? So I'm just saying if there's a serial killer in front of you in a non-ideal situation, you're saying that you're going to let their individual free will reign and they can go and kill a bunch of people. Or are you saying the opposite of that, which is no, the law was agreed to by everybody in society. Even if that person doesn't agree to it, they're causing more harm than good, and we have a right to impose this law on them. Okay, but now they're not following it. So now you're saying that the serial killer is saying, I'm not going to follow this law. I'm going to go and impose my individual will. Well, when you're born into a culture, well, if you can't move, you know, it means the law is being forced on that person. Well, no, like we're pointing out a contradiction in that. We're saying you can't leave the country for whatever reason. You don't have a visa, whatever. Now you're stuck. Well, no, let's say somebody like I hate. Let's say I don't like this country. I want to leave, and if I can't leave, well, no, you're not getting it. If you can't leave the country, you can't vote with your feet. You can't leave. I'm saying you can't get a visa. You can't leave your country. No, no, I'm gonna say in 10 years I can leave the country. I need a visa. I hope I might have a. This person might have a criminal record. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Is in the interim, you're being too idealistic. Being realistic is that it might take you 3 years to leave the country, right? And then what do you do? Oh my gosh, this isn't even a controversial topic, honestly. Well, let me finish the argument, right? If you are trapped in your, I don't understand how you can't see an argument there. It's rational, right? No, but I'm saying that I'm not. No, what I'm saying is that you're framing it. Oh my gosh, this is kind of no. You're a bit. Yeah, I agree with you. If you walk right all the time, you're always going right. You're choosing right. That's obvious, Brittany. That's obvious. You and I agree on that. So I'd like you to, because you're not listening to me. You're dominating me, and I'm trying to say there's a nuance here that's important, and that's that in the real world, let's say that you want to go left, but there's no hallways to go left. You're forced to go left. Or you're forced to go right. There's no hallways to go left. You're forced to go right. Well, let's say that there's a bunch of dragons behind you, and if you stop walking, you'll die. Okay, I'm going to stop walking, and I'm going to die. Okay, that's called a Hobson's choice. It's a choice that's not a real choice. And you're forcing somebody into a situation, which is what you're saying you don't want to do. Right? Okay, I'm going to make a decision to go left. I want to go. I'm making the decision to go left right now. But there's nowhere to go left. There's dragons behind me, and then there's only the right turn ahead of me. Okay, I don't accept going right, so I'm not going right. Okay, I'm not going right. Well, there is no left because there's no option to go left. So, well, here's what I choose. No, this is not like I choose to live. If I keep going right, ahead of me at the end of the right tunnel is a trap that's going to cut my head off. Okay, I don't want to keep going right because it goes against my choice of living. So I'm going to stop walking, right? Because I don't accept the consequences of continuing to go right. So I'm going to stop walking. But the problem is that there's dragons behind me chasing me. So if I stop going right, I'm going to die anyway from the dragons, which goes against my choice. So whether I go right or I stay where I am, both those choices are going against my ultimate choice. My choice is to live. Otherwise, I would just stop breathing. What? No, that's not the argument. You're changing the argument. We're talking about making a choice, and I'm choosing to live, whether it's ideal or not, doesn't matter. You said if you're choosing something and you're taking the consequences of that, and I'm trying to show that there's a limit to that way of thinking. There is. It's called a double bind, and I'm saying you're being forced into a situation, and a situation. If you find yourself in a non-ideal situation, and you didn't choose to be there, I didn't choose to be going right with the traffic, and I didn't choose dragons behind me. I just woke up and suddenly I'm in this terrible situation. My choice doesn't matter anymore. I'm being imposed upon. That's a bad thing. There's no left option. No, that's called forcing into right. There's a difference between it. There's no option to go left, so they're de facto forcing you to go right. You go here's an argument then. So is it possible to force anybody into anything then? And there's a contradiction in your view, but if you have to go, you can go. Because you're saying that you can always make a choice, and then you just said that That's right. So somebody else's will is force. Yes, because you're not. Well, that's. No, see, that's the thing is, we're not agreeing on that. Okay? I'm saying that the contradiction in your point of view is to say that you're saying you must. Okay, you know my point. There's a contradiction then, right? So what's the contradiction? No, what is the contradiction? What is the contradiction that I'm pointing out? I- I'm just asking you to repeat my position as if you're listening to me like I'm listening to you. And if you can't repeat my position, then you probably are arguing against the ghost because you're not arguing with my real point, right? Yeah. But the important thing is not to disagree, or it's the reasons why you agree or why you disagree. And what is the contradiction? Yeah, so you're saying on one hand, you can choose everything, you should take responsibility for everything, but on the other hand, there are some things that are outside of your control that were a part of your responsibility. There's nothing you could do. Because the fundamental thing is you were disagreeing with me imposing a valve on abandonment for people in the higher levels of government, right? No, the nuance that I was, well, no, I'm pointing out a nuance, right? Which is that, well, you're saying that I'm imposing the valve on abandonment on everybody. But what I really said to you was people who want power. Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, well, not really. If you're a government leader, you have it for the people in your nation. So I'm saying that if somebody wants power, well, that's what I'm creating, and I'm trying to find people who understand that. Well, I do. You're shutting down the conversation. Well, I'm allowed. Well, if you want to be in the higher, you don't have to take the vow on abandonment. You don't have to take it. I'm not going to force it on you. Don't take it. But if you're going to lead a government that I think is ideal, then you need to take it. In your, yeah, you were saying that this vow on abandonment is being imposed on people. And I'm saying, well, I think you're taking a little bit too far. And I think that's it. To the highest level, yeah. And here's the sublation is that you have a personal responsibility to take the vow on abandonment. That's where I was leading to. I connected them. Well, as long as you take the vow on abandonment. Well, do you agree that it's personal responsibility if do you agree that it's personal responsibility to take the vow on abandonment? You never answered that question. You never answered that question before. What is your question then? Why won't you repeat it? Well, I'm actually an extremely high performer. I know I'm a very high performance individual. I'm catching you at your own game because you can normally beat other people in these circles, and I'm catching you in the contradictions. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. But this is my forte, right? And you're really good at it too. So we're gonna catch each other. Well, I don't think so. I think it's a new thought that I don't think you've considered that it might be your personal responsibility to take this vow. So you don't have a personal responsibility to take the vow on abandonment. Okay, why? Well, I mean, if you want power to care about people, you don't need to take the vow if you don't have that. Well, should the most caring person be the one that's the most in charge? I looked it over, actually. I did look it over, and I don't think you answered my question. I think you just repeated yourself. You go around in circles, but I'm trying to point out that there's something deeper here. Well, you're always welcome back. I've taken the vow of abandonment, so I'll return to you at some point. But if you don't want to, if you don't want to take that personal responsibility, no, I'll be too busy. Well, okay. Well, I'm just gonna be surviving a hunger strike and probably being in excruciating pain soon. So that's my main focus. I won't even have the energy to look up anything. So you don't have to worry about that. I'm trying to do all my work now because I know I'm gonna fade in probably 3 days from now. Okay, so there's no concern about me being able to do anything. I'm looking to see if Silas Rao will help me out here on this Trinity thing. Well, he didn't respond to me, so I guess he's not interested. Is it ridiculous in a bad way or a good way? Well, he should be partnering. I think that's. I just think he doesn't want to partner. Well, I don't know. What do you want to do with them? I think that going to Trinity College Dublin is a great opportunity to launch Planet B. Well, what are you trying to say? Like, you don't want to work with him anymore, or I shouldn't work with him, or would you plan quitting? Well, are you just trying to say I shouldn't talk to Silas Rao anymore? So, what are you trying to say the point of advice is? Yeah, so just do what works. Okay, yeah, I'll keep doing what works. Well, you're doing it in a cryptic kind of way. You're basically saying, well, I said to him, I said, you want to develop a currency, but I think you're going to have to develop a government to manage that, or else you're going to charge with treason or something. And then I said, well, if you want to submit a proposal, we're doing this competition, and you can try and compete too, even if you want to. But if you don't want to do that, then I can help with the legal side to say, well, this is probably how you're going to have to incorporate at least. They do because you're creating a secondary currency within the United States of America. No, you can't. You can't start a currency inside of a country. You can start a time bank. If you create a point system that mimics United States currency and is like tradable with it, that's illegal. Well, I didn't. No, I'm creating a currency too. That's how I know this, right? I created a cryptocurrency like 6 years ago. Well, no, because the rules which govern the economy are political in nature. So you're technically being no, you're being a de facto government without saying you're the government. No, you can do that, but you're being the de facto governor, right? So you're being Okay, so you can create an idea to create a currency, but what I'm telling you is the idea that you just had in yourself means that you're being a government without realizing you're being a government, right? And I'm just telling you, if you pursue the idea, if he doesn't pursue the idea, no problem. The United States government's not going to care. But if he pursues the idea and starts generating real goods and services that are tradable with other goods and services in the United States economy, you're crossing a line. Well, there is because he's going to have to, if he's going to try and push this on the United States, he's going to have to register as a lobbying organization, which means that he's being. Well, you just said that. Can I come up with an idea? I'm coming up with an idea now, and I'm saying if you guys pursue that idea, no, it's not. This is very realistic. If you guys do 20% or more on this, okay. Are you planning to go and are you all right, peace out. Oof, man. Whew, our culture is really brittle. People don't know how to argue properly. They can't hold an argument. They're contradicting themselves and they don't even realize it. And then they don't even have the patience to talk it through. That's the dangerous part is they just don't have the patience to talk it through. And I already have a solution. So I mean I don't really need to be dealing with this, but they're good people. And God, the universe is bringing them for a reason. So I'm going to be open to what they're trying to say. At the same time, trying to correct some ignorance that might be around me. Oh man, I feel tired. Oh, oh. Oh man. Oh. Okay. I gotta start cooking here. Hmm. On the nose. Good evening from Canada. I am feeling it. Just got out of a fairly heated conversation. You can see my shirt's all ripped up. I'm really holding on here by a golden thread to protect you from this collapse that's happening in the Megacrisis. It's quite serious. I'm sure you're feeling the pressure and the stress already. It's going to become more intense. But I'm here to try and protect you, to inspire you to try and protect other people, yourself, those we love, those who might be more vulnerable, and to not give up, to keep holding on. Love is worth holding on for. So I'm calling upon you to join me, if not on this hunger strike, which is on day 210, to maybe support others who want to help with this direction of what we're calling universal logic. It's technically God's mind or pure science in itself, or the structure of pure wisdom. We need that on earth. And I'm holding on here. I'm in court cases about it, studying Hegel about it, doing new Bible studies, Quran studies. We're developing software, we're developing cultural competence tools, taking about 75,000 hours of learning, and I'm putting it into creating God's government, the inner government that maintains the connection that we're losing. And there's 6 existential threats within the Megacrisis. There's this meta-crisis of deep planning freedom, agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love are all going down because of fragmented consciousness, which is the heart of the crisis. The meta-crisis, anyway. Then there's the polycrisis, which is the more material side. AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. All of these are existential threats heading in the wrong direction. But we can use universal logic to bring it into alignment with goodness. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm going to be cooking a Spanish meal, but I'm exhausted. I'm supposed to go and file a court case tomorrow. So it's going to try and cook this. Work on my case tomorrow. Well, I could probably still cook into the night if I went and slept for a couple of hours and then woke up. That's probably what I'm going to do. I was in 2 pretty intense conversations. And I didn't get my nap in properly. So if I wake up at midnight, cook till 3 or 4 in the morning, take a couple of hours sleep, work on my case, get to the courthouse, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. Anyway, I better stop the other stream. You are part of stream 396. I have to make these every 12 hours because YouTube won't save them, and I'm using them as an accountability tool to say that I'm actually not eating between these meals. I get to